Hello everyone, welcome back to another Tomato Sauce stream. Today we'll be talking a little bit about the Duel Links Rush meta because we did just have the new list announced and tournament organizers have effectively put it into effect, right? So we have already started to see some results and Gaia hasn't actually won any tournaments yet, which is quite surprising. I think a lot of people, including myself, did expect Gaia to just continue to remain on top. Now, is that because a lot of people aren't playing Gaia at the moment? I think a lot of people are trying out other decks because there is new stuff kind of going around. We have actually seen quite an increase of like pretty strange decks, up to and including myself. We played Noodles in yesterday's tournament. But it is still interesting nonetheless. Beyond that, we also want to talk a little bit about the OCG meta, some of the new OCG cards that are coming, and working out an actual OCG tier list. The reason we want to do this is because I get asked quite frequently, like, oh, what decks are performing well in the OCG, what's doing this, what's doing that, and we have been playing a lot more OCG than we have done in the past. So basically, Monosync has been running weekly OCG events, right? So Rush OCG events, which as of, I think, last week, we now have 3 events every week. So there is 2 single elimination and 1 Swiss Rush Duel OCG events every week now, which means I am actually kind of in the scene a bit more. We're playing the meta a bit more, which is quite interesting. Because of that, we have kind of an idea of the meta. I'm not going to say that my opinion is going to be like 100% accurate. I'm not going to say that we're 100% going to predict like or correctly place everything exactly where it should be, but we do have a lot of data that we can go through and we can use our own personal experiences to formulate at least a somewhat subjective tier list, right? So that's going to be the plan. And then once we've done all of that, and we've got through absolutely everything, we'll then be playing some Capsule monsters because that's what we do every Sunday now. We play Capsule monsters. So let's see what we have in the chat. We had Victor, who unfortunately had to leave, but he did drop in to say hello. We have Corey. Hey, hello, Corey. And we have Duke. It seems we won't be getting a 9 Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. I think Go Rush will be the final series. I mean, I don't think it will be the final one. I think they might just have a little gap. One other thing to take into account as well is that they do have a next turn event, which is specifically for the trading cards, not specifically the anime, but they are specifically talking about the Chronicles there, which, you know, is like an anime type thing, so it's not going to be entirely about the trading card game. So they might have something to announce there, but even if they don't, even if there's like a hiatus and we get a series a little bit later on, I still think that'd be completely fine, right? So I don't think it's the end of the world, even if there is like a little gap. Any news for Go Rush? Can you show Otherverse Ritual Monster? I mean, we can have a look at it. Do I have the card is the other thing. Let me have a quick gander. Do we have an... Because I can't remember what the card's called, which does make things a little bit difficult. Let's have a quick gander, see if we can find it. We have Yu-Gi-Oh! 9 by Studio Mappa incoming, mark my words. But Studio Mappa? You think Mappa is going to do a Yu-Gi-Oh! Series? Because Mappa is a studio that did some really good stuff, like, originally, but has not... So Mappa, in my opinion, has not done as well as they have in the past recently. I think a lot of their recent stuff has been not as good. Like, up to and including, like, JJK Season 2. That's kind of old at this point, but, like, in my opinion, Season 2 did not hold up to Season 1 standards. And let's just say there's been a lot of shows which I felt like the more recent stuff, they've been more in demand, has not been keeping up in quality. We have Luis Fernando. You think we'll get a Super Mini in this month? I don't think we'll get one in this month, but we could get one early next month, right? Because we're right towards the end of the month. We're going to be having a speed box soon because we've already got all the leaks for that. So it would be surprising if we did get one, right? Just because, like, whenever we have a Super Mini, we always have skills with them, right? The only time we don't get skills is with deck build boxes, and I guess selection boxes as well. So every single time, bear in mind we've only had 2, but both times we've had Super Mini so far, they have come with skills. Since we haven't had any skills, like specific skills, obviously we have the Zuijo rerun and we have the generic skill, but neither of them are like real skills, right? One of them is attached to a rerun event, so we know where that's coming from, and the other one's just a generic piece of crap skill, so that also just doesn't matter. I think if we were going to get a mini box, we would have new skills leaked, so I think we will probably get a Super Mini or a Mini soonish. I don't think it's going to be like that soon, right? Hi, Tomato. Hello, Louise. Did Gaia got hit? Gaia did get hit. And so far, it hasn't won anything. There's only 2 tournaments. It's a very small sample size, and it still did get a lot of tops, but it didn't win, right? So, fair enough. It's a new ritual summon from Go Rush, Otaverse. I mean, yeah, that's fine. I just don't know what the card's called. Because, you know, if I had the name, I could get it up really easily. And we have Grand Harrier in the chat. Hello, with weird champing, always with the weird champ. All right, let's jump straight in. While we wait for this other verse card to show up. The first thing I want to talk about, and this was announced. Well, this has already been implemented. This is the card trader update. These are nothing. No one cares about the Kappas, but we did get Wash Sprayer the Clean Skittier. Now, Wash Sprayer is... This card did see play, but this card came out in the same box that Yggdrago came out in. So this card did see a bit of play in the OCG, originally. But we are so far past this card being remotely playable. So, like, there might be, like, some cute stuff you can do with this, but if this needed to come out, like, 6 months ago, and then maybe it saw, like, a little bit of play. But now it's way past. Like, the ship has sailed. Realistically, Wash Sprayer is not going to be particularly viable in any way, shape, or form. So, fingers crossed that we get something to... The thing is, the only way I can see this card seeing any play at all at this point is probably, like, in Sea Serpents, because it is a water monster that's not level 1 and it's not above level 4, right? So, like, maybe there. Otherwise, kind of whatever. So, unfortunately, it's just way too late. It's way too late. Then we did get the advance notice of the 3,000 days since launch campaign, which is cute, right? Everyone should have 1 million copies of Blue Eyes by now, but they might not have this art. They might not have this art in 3 copies. Blue Eyes Alternative. Again, I think this is one of the most popular decks in Duel Links, so I don't think this is going to matter. Arm Dragon Thunder. This would be nice if, for whatever reason, you don't already have this and you want to play Heroes. Hot Red Dragon Archfiend. This might see play in the upcoming, you know, Red Dragon Archfiend deck, because we're getting more support for it, which is kind of cool. Galaxy Eyes is nice, but it's a bit weird that it's here. Arc Rebellion is kind of a bit cringe, but I understand why it's here. It's just got 3,000 attack. Boral Sword, very, very strong card. I don't know how many decks actually play this card in Duel Links right now, but it's like generic enough that I think a lot of decks probably could play it. And then the only rush card, Hyperstrike Dragon Dragia Star F. This is actually quite nice, because if you wanted to play the Dragon deck, this was always the hard card to get to finish off the Dragon deck, right? You needed to do a full run of a mini box, but now you can just get this, which is kind of nice. So that's always good. That's always good. I remember Victor shared in your Discord or something. The Kappa are going to blow your mind. True. Hello, Shui. Hello. We have Dr. Alex in the chat. We have, I'm suspicious of your title, so I'm waiting to see why. Well, so the logic... So again, the reason that we have that as the title is because we've had 2 tournaments and Gaia hasn't won either of them. That is literally it, right? So people have already started, you know, basically saying that Gaia is not very good anymore. The list worked. Gaia is definitely not the best deck anymore because of this. Now, I'm the kind of person that will look at this, and first off, I will see, you know, Gaia. Then I'll see Gaia, right? So first off, I'm like, well, Gaia is most definitely probably still the best deck. One thing I will say is it is interesting that we've had 2 tournaments finish where Gaia Metarian, specifically, was not in the finals of either of these tournaments. Pure Gaia is definitely putting up more of a fight, and Dragon Fusion kind of came out of nowhere. Basically, in the last 2 tournaments, Psychic has won the same amount of tournaments that they won prior to this list coming out while still being in this format. So, like, it's interesting, But it's a really, really, really small subset of data, right? Realistically, this is not going to be overly telling, but it is still interesting nonetheless, right? Dragons, it's fine, Duke. We will get to it. We will get to it, Duke. You don't have to keep going on and on and on. Hello, Hunter. Hello. Could it just be all the Gaia just killing themselves? I mean, potentially, right? But at either way, right? Psychic had to beat a Gaia in the semi-finals. Psychic had to beat a Gaia in the semi-finals. Dragon had to beat a Gaia in the semi-finals. And because top 8 was also all Gaia, that means that these had to at least get, like, a couple of wins against Gaia, right? So... At you in Discord with the cards, Tomato. Thank you, Corey. We will take a look at that when we get to look at the new cards. But yeah, it's... So it's very clear that Gaia is still the most popular deck, at the very least. It's definitely dominating the number of entrants in these tournaments. And it's still doing well enough where it's still most of the tops, right? Like, if we took at the tops, like, a total of 16 entrants of 2 top 8s from 2 tournaments, it's still 13 out of 16 Gaia, right? But... it will be interesting going forward to see if this trend continues. Because tomorrow we'll have Mono 6 tournament, where, again, if we see Gaia not win there, suddenly, like, if it's 3 tournaments, suddenly you're starting to see, like, a pattern emerge, right? But again, if it's, like, you know, Psychic and then just a whole bunch of Gaia again, it still shows the deck is still, like, decently strong, right? Regardless. It's very difficult to... argue with people when you basically have all of your arguments based around the data, right? Because on one hand, I can sit there and go, well, there's only 2 tournaments. It's not very much data. So this doesn't really necessarily... This doesn't necessarily tell the whole story of the meta, right? And on the other hand, someone else could look at it and go, yeah, but the data we has says that Psychic is now the best deck. And it's like, I get what you mean. I still think 2 tournaments is too small a data set, right? Basically, what the birds beating all the heroes, then birds just dropped. I mean, potentially, right? You might question, the 2 Omega Psychic tops are by the same person. No. So the first one was Giorfio, and the second one was El Chico Cosmo. So 2 different players. Because in Galaxy Rush 8, Giorfio swapped off and was playing Gaia Metarium. So he lost, I think, in top 16. So, you know, there's that. But it's... basically, all we can really do is sit and wait, right? But one other thing to take note of is a lot of people have swapped off of Gaia Metarium. Either, like, because they want to try out the new stuff. Because, like, so for example, I typically have been playing Gaia Metarium a lot of the time. But in this tournament specifically, I played Noodles. We did see, like, Milanesso, who typically has been playing Gaia Metarium. He swapped off onto Worms. We've seen Manicus swapping off onto Worms. We've seen some players swapping off and playing Royal Rebels. We have been seeing a lot more experimentation. I think primarily because we did just get the new hit, so I think people want to see how other decks kind of work. But because it was just a limit restricted list, and it wasn't a high impact one, it feels weird to be like, oh, the first week doesn't count. Like, for me, I would say the first week of, like, a new box coming out, that kind of doesn't count, right? That's kind of, we'll see how it goes after 2 weeks. When it's just the limit restricted list, and it's such a low impact one, I feel like we don't give it necessarily the same kind of courtesy. For you, Tomato, should the Master Duel Ritual Monster should be an extra deck or hand? Which of both Ritual is better, extra deck or hand? Should the Master Duel Ritual Monster... I don't really understand what you're asking, Duke. If you're saying in Rush Duels, do I think it's better that Ritual Monsters are in the hand or the extra deck? I would always say extra deck. Ritual Monsters being in the hand causes so many problems, and it's just not a good mechanic. And every Ritual deck needs to have 100 ways to force the mechanic to work, because it was originally poorly designed, right, realistically. But yeah, that's kind of it for that. Well, again, we haven't really got much information to go on, right? We've had 2 tournaments. There's nothing really more to say beyond that. So the next thing we're going to do is go and take a look at some of the new OCG cards, because some of them are really cool. We've got some new Blue Eye support. What's the number of ads? Are you okay, Ray? Why do you constantly bring up the ads? If you don't want the ads, Ray, you can sub, right? You can immediately get rid of the ads if you just subscribe. Because we have the ads set to the absolute minimum to get rid of pre-rolls. We can't do anything more, right? Twitch will not let us have less ads unless we want pre-rolls. Ritual Monster in Extra Deck was way better because it's annoying when using it in the hand. Yeah, it's because it's having to get 2 specific cards in your hand at the same time whilst also having enough resources to send everything to the graveyard is always bad, right? It's annoying. Is this tomato sub propaganda? It's not propaganda, it's just a suggestion, right? There are no ads. See drags in those. So here we have our first card, Neutron Blast. So this is a really cool Blue Eye support card called Ultimate Burst or Neutron Blast. Choose a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon on your field. For the rest of this turn, your opponent cannot activate trap cards when that monster declares an attack. Also, that monster can attack monsters thrice this turn. Very, very cool. So we can use this to just get 3 attacks in. If we can also give our Blue Eyes Ultimate Piercing, this could just be an OTK machine. So potentially a really, really powerful card. At the very least, this means we don't have to necessarily rely on the... God, what is the Burst Stream of Destruction? Because Burst Stream of Destruction has an annoying caveat, which says your Blue Eyes can't attack. And you have a bunch of cards whose effects turn them into Blue Eyes. So you want to have Blue Eyes, but then not end up with a lot of Blue Eyes, but you still want to activate their effects, because like Mill, for example. So like, it can be a bit awkward. This kind of doesn't have that restriction. And the Blue Eyes deck will basically make a Blue Eyes Ultimate every turn if they can, right? It's very easy to do so. Not gonna lie, rituals in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Perfectly fine. So, but the problem is, Shui, is that rituals are perfectly fine because we've printed a shit ton of cards that fix all the problems that rituals have. The mechanic is still shit, right? The mechanic is still ultimately flawed. We had to basically print a load of cards that give you a shit ton of plussing, have a card that can be used as the entire ritual material. Like, we have a load of ways to search out all the specific cards we need. In my opinion, rituals are the most poorly designed mechanic in Yu-Gi-Oh! And has the most band-aid fixes to just force the mechanic to work. Now, is that inherently a bad thing? Not necessarily, but if we're doing a redo, we might as well do it correctly, right? And in my opinion, this is doing it correctly. We currently have 3 ritual monsters and know the stats of the 4th one. Hope we get a bunch more plus support for it. I mean, hopefully. I rarely get ads. There we go. Woman Langfei... I mean, I have no idea what the hell Kim Friend is saying. What I can say about Rush Rituals, I don't see how they are different from Fusions anymore. Use a spell, use material, bring an extra deck monster. So, they are different because... First off, you don't necessarily have to get your monsters onto the field, right? So different fusion spells act differently, right? You have like the Miracle Fusions where you can fuse from the graveyard. You have regular fusion, which can just fuse from 2 monsters on the board. And then you have some fusions that act like polymerization, which let you fuse from like hand or board. So there's a little bit of a difference in do you have to summon the monsters specifically? Because if you have to get the monsters out onto the field, there are a lot of ways to interrupt it. Then there is the fact that in order to make a fusion, you need specifically... 2 specific or 2+ specific materials most of the time. Now, there are some fusions that don't follow that rule, but there are some that do, right? Or the majority do. So, in my mind, a ritual should never be more powerful than a fusion unless its level is ridiculously high, right? So, for example, we do have the Magician of Black Chaos. Magician of Black Chaos is kind of bad, right? It takes 8 stars, which isn't the end of the world, right? Because you could just use 1 monster to do that. So you could use, like, Ritual Spell plus a level 8, and then you just have your guy, right? But the monster you get isn't very good. It's just a 2800 vanilla, effectively. So, like, that's not as good as just summoning 2 guys and fusing them together, right? So, like, I think there is a world in which they are fine, but you need to treat them accordingly. It's like a lot of the contact fusions. A lot of them are worse or have like a lower level, or they have like a drawback compared to like regular fusions because summoning them is generally a lot easier, right? You add blockers. In Ritual, your hand, you lose the duel. At least they fixed the Ritual and Rush duels. We're wasting time on Rush. Poor Kim friend. Poor Kim friend. Just something stupid and annoying about Rush again. As always with Kim. Yes, I was right. Technically, it is an effect monster. It's treated as Dark Magician. So actually, technically, it is not an effect monster. It is treated as a ritual monster. Is that one an effect monster? You might be right, actually. You might be right. We have it somewhere here. Is this one actually an effect monster? Yes, this one is an effect monster. Okay, that one's fine. I was going to say, they put out a rule clarification that was talking about if a monster is a ritual monster that doesn't have an effect, it doesn't count as an effect monster or a normal monster, and they put out a rule in clarification saying that it doesn't count as either. So no, you are absolutely correct that it is an effect monster, but it's effectively a vanilla, right? It doesn't matter. Its effect is irrelevant. But hello, Xyz. Welcome, welcome. I always miss the start. Well, just stop missing the start then, Promenicus. You know what time we start every week? Like, you can be here early. But the next thing we'll talk about is it's time for a Maginical show. We are getting Maginical Miracle Stick. So for anyone that doesn't know, Maginical Miracle has a stick. And we're getting the stick as a separate card. I don't know why. But we are. We're doing it. So, during the turn this card was normal summoned, choose a psychic monster with 100 attack or defense in your graveyard, special summon it to your field face up, but after this effect is activated, you cannot normal summon level 2 effect monsters until the end of this turn. This basically is just like a hard once, so you can't keep spamming the effect of Maginical Fantastic. I mean, this basically gets you back your candy. That's going to be the primary use of it. This is one of those cards that I could see coming to Duel Links a bit early. Because, like, it wouldn't break it, but, like, in the modern game, I don't see this being super useful. It is basically a 3+1. So, like, that's something, but, like, we have so many 3+1s in the OCG, I don't know if this actually matters. Plus 500 damage. Wait, only in the graveyard. Why, Konami? How will I use Thousand Knives or Dark Magic Attack with that ritual? Exactly. Not an equip. Stick potential wasted. I mean, the problem is, most equips, almost all of them, are completely garbage. So, it's not necessarily a good thing, right? Oh, this is... I completely misunderstood this card. This has an or, not and. So you can get back any psychic monster with 100 attack or defense. That's actually pretty good. Because that means there is now a lot more you can do with this card. Okay. Maybe this card couldn't come... I mean, it still could come to Duel Links. It probably won't, though. You think the potential rise of rituals maximum will rise again because they effectively make ritual summon easy with just one monster plus spell. Potentially. It depends as well, because a lot of the rituals that we know about are higher than level 10, which means summoning them out with only one monster is not going to be super easy. So this is all of the monsters you can summon in attack mode. We have Candy and Fiddlebador, so that's neat. And then the monsters that have 100 defense... Okay, there are actually just not that many at all, are there? Alright, maybe we go back on what we just said and say this is actually bad. Hey, Zaki boy. Sup, Tom? I'm back from a trip. I hope you enjoyed your trip. Did you go anywhere that you want to share? Or is it like a private thing? But either way, we're happy that you're back. So, the next thing we'll talk about is the Black Magic Ritual. Obviously, we talked about rituals a bit already. So this is Ultimate Black Magic Death Ultima. And just by the way, this box looks so good, bro. Like, this looks peak, right? And it's got the 5th anniversary of Rush still written on it. We've got the card itself. We have the Overrush version. Look at how nice this card looks, bro. This card looks so nice. It's a shame that it's just kind of bad. So this is basically a vanilla, but it becomes Dark Magician while it's in the graveyard, right? I assume we're going to get like a retrain or like a powered up version of this or something, right? Because like this being the deck's boss monster is really weak. Hello, Hikari. Welcome. Fiddle is part of almost all of the fusions. Getting it to the field is useful. It's useful, but does it... My point is, it's not going to be like a super powerful card, right? Like, getting a 3+1 is nice, but like Psychic or Wind Psychic doesn't really have trouble making their fusions. They've already got like Psychic Fusion, they'll be fine with it. I can't wait for Tomato's reaction to on the new Ritual Monster. I'll wait. I mean, yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Most probably a DMG Ritual, the stats would fit. I mean, potentially. So yeah, then we have just like all the reprints. We have this new card, which is the Winged Dragon of Chaos. Which is during the turn this card was normal or special summoned, choose a black magic ritual in your graveyard, set it to your spell trap zone. If you have not drawn a card this main phase, you can draw one card. So this is a really cool card. This is like Pillage. And Pillage is a card that basically takes a specific spell card from your graveyard, sets it on your field, and then lets you draw a card. So this is really good. The one benefit this has over Pillage is this doesn't say... Oh, it does have it. It says, if you have not drawn a card this main phase, you can draw a card. So it has the same, like, once hard, once per turn effect kind of on it. But this is still pretty cool, right? Being able to get back the ritual from the graveyard. This is also Winged Dragon of Chaos, which is Winged Dragon Guide of the Fortress, which is a reference to the duel with Yugi versus Pegasus. And this was one of the two monsters that was used for the ritual summon of the Magician of Black Chaos. I know. Hello, Murathan. I am just started Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, and I get the Blue Eyes Friend Campaign deck already, and some 3 structure. Nice, nice. Magician of Chaos will take you down. Chaos Scepter Blast. I mean, if that's what is the attack is called, I can't remember. I'll tell you that much. You talk about Otis. It's good. It's bad. It's got high attack. That's all. 100 of the cards that do that. All right. Next card. Explorer of the Temple. So shuffle 2 monsters from your graveyard into the deck. Choose a level 7 Ritual monster with 2300 attack and 2500 defense in your graveyard, and special summon it face up to your field. So this is obviously telling us we're getting another Ritual monster. Because guess who does not have 2300 attack and 2500 defense? So we're getting something else in here, but the question is, this still doesn't really sound like a boss, right? This sounds like another engine piece. Like, 2300 attack is not a threatening amount of attack. And level 7 also doesn't, like, scream boss of the deck. So I do wonder if there's going to be 3 different rituals in this deck. I think that probably does make sense. Tatumite, though, chance we get 7's Magician Ritual. There's always a chance. There's always a chance. I think, though, if they want to do more 7 stuff and have it specifically be tied to Yuga, they would probably do a Yuga thing. But, like, who knows? Not being level 7 also. Yeah, exactly. Then we have the Magician of... the Chaos Black Magic Ritual, which lets us summon Magician of Black Chaos. So this also could be that we have multiple cards that are treated as Magician of Black Chaos while in the extra deck, sort of thing. So that we can use this to summon out multiple different cards. I wouldn't be surprised by that. But sending monsters from your hand and or field to your graveyard whose combined levels equal 8 or more, you cannot use more monsters than necessary. Then we can see like some of the cards that we get. A lot of these are all just, you know, reprints. There's also like a lot of weird cards in here. We have like all the Dark Magician support, like Obsidian. We have Dark Sword. But then we've also got the 7 support, which is kind of weird. This is just kind of a mismatch of random spellcaster cards, which is like interesting, but it's a bit weird, right? But still very interesting to see what we're going to get. This is kind of just a tease and just kind of shows us like the first actual ritual monster we're getting. But then we had an FAQ on how to summon them. There's nothing like super interesting here. Like this hard we already knew they were coming from the extra deck, but this like super hard confirms it, right? Like we'd already heard about it from interviews, but as far as I'm aware, it was never like officially stated. I think this is the first like written down officially stated, like 100% guaranteed they're coming from the extra, so that's quite nice. The only thing that I found interesting was where was it? Yeah, is a ritual monster without an effect considered a normal monster? No, that is a ritual monster that does not have an effect. It is treated as neither a normal monster or an effect monster. Now, other than that, this is all pretty much you'd expect. Like, if it gets bounced, where does it go? It goes to the extra deck, like all extra deck cards, right? It would be cool having a 7's Red Ritual. Yeah, that would be really, really cool. So don't forget as well, we still have next turn. This is in 3 days' time. And this is where we'll be getting information about products, events, tournaments, promotional short anime series, The Chronicles. So we might get some new reveals at this. I wouldn't be surprised if they revealed more of the ritual deck. So more of the Dark Magician of Chaos stuff, which would be cool. Like, this is definitely going to be, like, a must-watch. I don't think they're going to announce any, like, anime stuff outside of the Chronicles, because I think they really want the Chronicles to be the focal point. But this is the sort of event where you would get that sort of thing. I don't know if anyone watches Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything, but I think he was saying that this was the event last year, or I think when Sevens was coming out, it was at an event like this where they announced, like, the anime. But again, I don't think we're going to get that this year. But yeah, it should be worth a watch either way. It should definitely be worth a watch. So now, we'll go ahead and take a look at Majesty of Outerverse. So this is another ritual monster that we'll be getting, you know, eventually. Level 11 Fire. So let's take a look. Spellcaster. Why are they all spellcasters? This card's name becomes Outerverse while in the graveyard. Continuous effect. During your turn, this card becomes a Galaxy type, and this card gains attack equal to the number of face-up Galaxy type ritual monsters on your field times 1000. If you have 3 face-up level 11 ritual monsters inside of the field, this card gains 4000 attack. This is really boring. So on its own, this is during your turn a 4000 attacker. If you get out 3 of this card specifically, I suppose, this guy gets plus 7k, so it becomes a 10,000 attacker. So you'd have 3 10k attackers that doesn't have piercing, doesn't have any kind of effect, it's just a big ball of attack. I mean, it's a bit boring. I feel like this is the epitome of like a big anime bungus, where like in one turn the antagonist summons out 3 of these, and you go, oh, he's got 3 monsters with 10,000 attack. Oh no, and like that's it. That's basically it. No. So only this card gains the 4k. So, and this card gains attack equal to the number of face-up Galaxy type ritual monsters on your field. So it only goes up to 10k. You watched Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything earlier in live stream, but ultra consistent because of the support. Yeah, I'm not convinced this is it, guys. I'm not convinced this is amazing. We also have the ritual spell, which actually ritual summon Majesty of Outerverse by sending face-up monsters from your field to the graveyard. So this has to be face-up monsters. That's a big difference. Whose total level is equal to level or more as material. Then if you sent only 1 monster to the graveyard by this effect, while the monster special summoned is face-up on the field, it cannot be destroyed by card effects and inflicts piercing damage. Okay, so this sort of, if you squint at it, fixes some of the problems, because we get piercing. And we get protection, which is kind of nice. That's a lot nicer than just being a vanilla, right? Or a big attack vanilla. And then you chain Magic Cylinder to attacking. Exactly. I mean, Magic Cylinder still is probably the most played trap card in OCG. So boring. So flip it face down, and we balling Shady. I mean, yeah, just shady it. Just shady it. I mean, it's just a boring card, to be honest. I don't like this card. It is like big 10k attack and get pierce, the end. It's like, okay. Not particularly interesting to me. So the next thing we were going to do is take a little bit look at the meta, because we want to make a tier list, right? We did say this at the start, but basically, people keep asking me, like, what the best deck in OCG is, and, like, people have been asking about, like, what deck should I play? What's going to be an easy deck to play? And so I figured we'd make a tier list, because we haven't made a tier list specifically for OCG in God knows how long. God knows how long. So this is by Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush G, and they basically compile a lot of this data about OCG tournaments. So we can see here that in the first 5 spots, we have Animagica, Hero, Enthusiast, which is... This also sometimes gets translated as Crazy, and this is Delirium. Then we have Magnet Warriors and Cyber Spy. So these are the ones that are on here specifically. So this is not the latest one, but the latest one didn't have as many decks on it, and we wanted to get kind of a bit more of a broad spectrum. And this was before we got the new Harpy and Cyber Dragon cards. Now, Harpy and Cyber Dragon have been doing okay, but because they're structure decks and they're new, a lot of people were playing them, which means their numbers might be a bit inflated. But yeah, we can see here all the different decks, and if we go ahead and translate this, these are all the different decks from this. So this kind of gives us a good like base point to start at, right? So in number 1, we have Animagica, then we have Hero, Then we have Delirium, Magnet Warrior, Cyber Spice, Celebros, Gaia. Then we have Jinzo, Blue Eyes, Dice, Royal Rebels, Berry Fresh, Sevens, like, I assume this is just like Sevens, Open Attribute Wizard Family. Then we have Seven's Wonder, so this is just Seven's Wonder Fusion. Then we have Light Galaxy, and then, I don't know what Inter Attribute, I think this is Chaos Galaxy. And then Red Eyes. Red-Eyed Polar Flame Electric. This is the, like, Red Eyes / Summoned Skull stuff, I think. Animagica, Delirium, Harpy, Cyber Dragon, Dark Galaxy, Chaos Mix Galaxy, Dark Matter, Summoned Skull. Is full for this breakdown. I'm only calling them Open Attribute Wizard Family from now on. It's a pretty cool translation. So the other place that I want to use as like a good starting and jumping off point is this. So this is taken from this video. I do not know what this person's name is, but this is a Japanese Rush tuber that did make a tier list. And then this video basically is like going over like the meta and some other bits and bobs. It's obviously all in Japanese, but this tier list I thought was a good jumping off point as well. I personally don't 100% agree with this, and I think this has like a bit of bloat on it, but I think this is a good like starting point, right? We have data sets with which we can draw from, right? So with those in mind, again, I think we're just going to hop in and we're just going to start putting some decks around, right? So I think a very obvious one is Animagica. So Animagica, for anyone that doesn't know, Animagica is a pretty much brand new archetype. It's like a series of cards that have continuous effects that increase their own level. Their boss monsters can get themselves out very easily because they have the line that they can be tributed for any one tribute if it's tributed a light monster. They have like continuous effects that increase their level, and then they have effects that do things if they're a higher level than your opponent. So you can quite easily get your monsters up to like level 10, level 12. You can give like all your monsters piercing, you can give them more attack boost, you can make it so your opponent can't activate traps when you summon them. There's a lot you can do with this deck. And this new boss monster for the deck is seeing a lot of splash play because you can use it to change the battle position of any monster on the field, and then you can destroy a monster on the opponent's field that is a level lower than it. So even if you don't play the Animagica cards, you can just pop anything that's level 6 and lower, as well as change the battle position. And again, it still has that little caveat, whereas if you tribute a light monster, you get it out for only one tribute, which is really, really good. And it just has like 2500 attack. This deck is really strong. It is without a doubt one of the strongest decks in the game, and it is so versatile that you can play it in 100 different ways, right? You can splash it in other decks, you can go like a half and half with another strategy, you can play it in like a good stuff pile deck, you can play it trap heavy, you can play it spell heavy. There's so much you can do with this deck. It is unquestionably a tier 1 deck, and arguably the strongest deck in the game. Is that a Karibot bicycle I saw? Yes, you did. Oh, we have just closed it though. Let's go and get that back. Okay, how are we going to get that back? What's the easiest way to do this? History. There we go. Alright. So yeah, Karibot bicycle down here. I don't actually know what this represents, because I don't know what a lot of these are. Like, I don't know what the Trapigeon deck is meant to be. Obviously, it's a trap burn deck, but... it came out like a year ago, Bakuribot. I played it twice, learned in tournaments. This deck is very easy. Yes, it is very easy to play as well. It's not very combo heavy, which makes it like very noob friendly, which is great. Absolutely great. We want at least some of those decks in the meta. So the next deck we'll talk about is Berry Fresh. This deck was sort of a tier 0 deck for a bit, but has since been hit and now feels like it's a tier 2 deck. It's not even a tier 1 deck in my opinion anymore. This deck is basically a bunch of low levels. You have like a bunch of like level 1s that can like boost each other. They, the main ace of the deck, which is this card here. I can't remember what my name is. Berry Fresh something Harvest, Happy Harvest or something. Is a card that sees a lot of like splash play in other decks. It basically lets you discard 2 cards from your hand or field, and then you get to boost its attack up to a ridiculous amount. That is a lingering attack boost that lasts during your opponent's turn, and it gives it protection as well. It's very, very good. This archetype in general, really, really strong. Is really fun to play and quite difficult to learn because you just always have so many options. Because you have cards like this, which have the effect to send cards from your hand or field you have to like really plan out your turn of like, right, I can summon this, activate its effect, but then because its effect is spent, I'll send it from the field to the graveyard, but then I need to have this guy's effect, which needs me to have these specific monsters on the board, so I need to make sure I have enough room. But because you have the ability to send from the field or hand, you have like all these different extra combo lines that you can take. So this is, in my opinion, one of the more complex decks in Rush at the moment. But again, has been hit quite hard with the Nerf Hammer having one of their most important cards restricted down to a single copy. So what this deck used to do is the card that got hit reduces the attack of all your opponent's monsters. And it's really, really good, right? You could have like 2 copies of it on the field at the same time. But that's now been hit down to 1, so you don't see that card anywhere near as much. So this deck feels a lot weaker. I wish actually playing it. They sure are fun to play, easy OTK, and also many different things to do when you can't OTK. I mean, I don't think this deck... I mean, so the deck can OTK quite easily. I don't think the deck is easy to play. Right, so saying that, it's one of those things as well where although you have like 40 different ways that you could play out the turn, there's not necessarily 40 good ways to play out the turn, right? Generally, there's going to be like 3 good things, so you have to just really work out those lines. But because there are so many lines, I think this deck is hard to learn specifically. Then we have Blue Eyes. I think Blue Eyes is... It's either Rogue or Tier 3. I mean, where have the other lists put it? Let's see what they're saying. So Blue Eyes is not in here whatsoever. In here, they have it as top of Tier 3. For me, I think I'm going to put this in High Rogue. Because I think Blue Eyes, like, it's an okay deck. The deck is, like, fine. But it's a bit outdated now. They have got new tools. And they are getting new tools. As we talked about, they're getting the Neutron Blast. Which is actually not a bad card. This card's, like, actually pretty good. But that being said, this deck still, at the moment, relies on basically clearing the board with either their other fusion, whose name escapes me. He's actually on this page. This guy. No, that's Engine of Destruction. But this does require the card that we want to talk about. I mean, this still isn't helpful. I can't remember what the card's called. It's like... It doesn't matter. It has the effect to pop a monster on the field, right? So you can just pop like a face down card. And that's the only way this deck like beats set 3 without using Burst Stream of Destruction. So this deck feels a little bit reliant on that. The deck is still like decent. It can still win, but it doesn't feel like it's on the same level as like these other decks, for example. Then we've got Worms. So this is Fire Worms and Blast Hammer. This deck's pretty good, but I can't put it higher than Rogue. And the reason why is this deck works entirely off of destroying cards. The only way you deal with absolutely anything is to specifically destroy it. That is kind of the Blast Hammer theme. The problem with that is, a lot of cards right now have the ability to just not be destroyed by card effects. There are a lot of cards now that give all of your cards the ability to not be destroyed by card effects. Which means, if your opponent summons out something that you otherwise can't just deal with, and then they give it, like, it can't be destroyed by card effects, this deck can get hard walled off. Because typically, like, things like Talismanic Seal Array aren't really seeing play. There are generally better, like, side deck options and main deck options in OCG. Which means just a giant guy can just get in the way and can be a pain. And then this deck can't really do anything. If this deck is unimpeded and it doesn't run into bad matchups, it can do really, really well. But realistically, against, like, the field above it, it's just not going to be performing super well. Then we get Celebros. Celebros is easily a tier 1 deck. This deck has ridiculous combo potential. It has several loops it can perform. And when we say loops, we mean, like, technically you can, like, go through the same line, like, 3 or 4 times in a turn. And basically, like, one of their most popular loops is just getting back your equip spell from the graveyard, but you can get the equip spell back 3 times, right? So you go through this loop of, like, summoning out 3 guys, sending them all off to the graveyard, get back your equip spell, and then you do the loop again, and then you get the equip spell back again, and then you do the loop again, and get the equip spell back again, and then some of their effects do send the equip spells to the graveyard. But this is another, like, very complicated deck, because, again, you have so many different lines, you have so many different fusion monsters you can make, you have so many different things you can do with the deck. You have lots of ways, like we say, to loop, and those loops have different ways they can be played out. It's not always the same loop every single time. You have different cards that you can revive from the graveyard. You have different ways that you can interact with your opponent's board. And this deck also can boost its attack up to be really high as well, which means it doesn't get, like, walled off as easily as, like, some of the other decks. I would say this card's, like, biggest letdown for me is probably... It's generally a deep draw deck. And that's usually a good thing. but we have seen traditional tax seeing a lot more play. So I think traditional tax as a side deck option into this does make Celebros feel a little bit weaker. But even so, Celebros are still like really, really strong. So then we have Chaos Ninsect. I'm going to put Chaos Ninsect up into Rogue. So this card specifically, the card that's on screen, I can't remember what this card's called actually. I'm gonna cheat and we're gonna go and grab the name of the card. That's gonna make my life easier. So we have Evasive Chaos Ninsect Crimson Blade Nanahoshi. That's the card. So this card is good. And it's been seeing splash play, right? As in, we take this card, we put it in a different deck. This has seen play in, like, Heroes. This card has seen a little bit of play in the Delirium deck. This card has been seeing some okay play. But on its own, in its own dedicated strategy, I don't think I'd put it higher than Rogue. Like, it's still fine. It's just not crazy good, right? When people were playing Celeb in EDO, I was using the 7's monster that pops spellcasters in my side. Did you use it though, is the question. Did you actually like get it off and use its effect and pop stuff? This should be the most recent breakdown I saw. Post-structure decks, Animagica, Delirium Hero, Magnet Warriors, Execute, Cyber Spice, Dark Magician / Spellcasters, Gaia, Red Eyes, Celebros, Dino's up there, that's always a good thing to see. Turns on Diffusion, Summon Skull, Blue Eyes. Thank you, Corey. That's a mouthful. OCG Rush Duels sound much more interesting than what we have in Duel Links. What is Konami waiting for? A Master Duel game? I think it's more like they're trying to like drag out Duel Links as long as they can, because if they catch up quickly, I guess, then they'd run out of content to put in. So I guess just having a lovely big buffer can like change things. And obviously they have the power of hindsight, but they got to see what was ridiculous in OCG and try and prevent that from coming to Duel Links. But sometimes it feels like they're ignoring that, and sometimes it feels like they're taking that too far. So, for example, I still think if we had Dark Revelation in Duel Links, that probably wouldn't be good for the game. Even now, we don't have enough ways to deal with that trap card, right? We don't have enough ways to protect ourselves, to insulate ourselves, to get that trap card out of the way. So, because of that, everyone would just be playing it, right? If they brought Dark Revelation in, I could not see, especially like just 3 copies, I could not see a world in which everyone just isn't playing Spellcasters, because having Mirror Force ×3 is really good. So now you could just like, even if you didn't have a skill, like even if you're quote unquote, you give up your skill just to have that card, you could play like any other deck that just doesn't need to have 3 monsters in attack mode. So like, I don't know, like Machine could do that, because Machine Caster was a deck back in the day, right? And the logic was, well, I'm going to leave my 1 Mirror Innovator face up, or, you know, the other one to play is like Ancient Golem, right? And I'm just, if I attack in, you're at most mirror forcing one of my monsters, but I could always get in with like a big chunk of piercing. Whereas if you're committing into me, you need to have more monsters typically, depending on what deck you're playing, right? Only once, because that's the only time I drew it. I see. Duel Links 2. Let's start from 0 again. I mean, unironically, like if they did do like a Master Duel version, they could have it like start at a certain point and then release like big chunks at a time. The next up is Cyber Dragon. For me, I think I'm putting Cyber Dragon in Rogue still. Cyber Dragon is very much like a one-trick pony deck. The logic with Cyber Dragon is you just... It's kind of like TCG Cyber Dragon, right? Like, the idea is you just turn off all your opponent's stuff. Like, you try and just get rid of all the back rows, summon out a big guy, and try and OTK. Which is, like, fine, but we have so many trap cards in the game that it basically feels a lot of the time like you need your legend spell to clear the back row, otherwise you're not going to, like, OTK them. The moment they add Master Duel, like, crafting to Duel Links, I'm happy enough. I don't know if Master Duel, like, crafting, like, fixes Duel Links, or, like... And that's, again, going under the assumption that Duel Links is broken, right? If they did a Master Duel version, they could make it so you link accounts, anything from Duel Links you get, and then continue from there. I feel like, though, if they did... Let's say they added Rush Duel to Master Duel, like, wholesale, like the same way they added it to Duel Links, right? In that kind of situation, I would assume they would follow the Master Duel formula. of we want to give you everything, but have you like 6 months to a year behind, right? That's kind of how I would see it. And then they would have like their own unique ban list. Again, same as Master Duel does, right? The moment they add Rush to Master Duel will be the time I download Master Duel. I mean, it would be really cool. But I quite like it in Duel Links as well. We're maybe in a bit of a rocky patch at the moment, but other than that, I think it's basically fine. Then we have Dice. Dice is a awkward one for me. I think I'm going to put Dice in tier 3. So Dice is a... When Dice first came out, the deck was ass, right? Because they made the cards, like, too reliant on dice rolls. As we've gone forward, they've stopped doing that as much, right? Now it's like everything that you roll is good, except for like one thing which is bad, right? So whereas before it was like 3 are bad, 3 are good. Now it's like 5 are good, 1 is really, really good, and 1 is bad, right? So because of that, the dice cards have gotten like a lot better. But I'm still not a big fan of them. I feel like they're still RNG heavy. The deck can, if you roll well and if you draw well enough, do a lot. You can make some ridiculous combo plays. The new fusion monster they got is really, really good. They have a new monster that basically performs a fusion summon as long as you don't roll a 1. But if you do roll a 1, guess what? You have to pop a card on your field, which is not ideal. This deck has a lot of plays it can make, but I think it's too frustrating for the deck to feel fun most of the time if you're playing it in a competitive setting, right? If you're trying to win, you're actively like playing for like a prize. I think this would be like a horrible deck to try and like do in that kind of environment. But if you're not doing that, it's a great time. The deck's generally quite fun. The art on the cards is really nice. The way the deck plays, assuming your dice don't go badly, actually feels quite good. So, love Dice, especially with the new support. Give me my girl Epoch in Duel Links now. I mean, we're not going to get Epoch for a very long time, but I think Epoch, for me, is one of those characters that is very likely to be a playable character in Duel Links. So next up we have Cyberspice. Now, Cyberspice is going either tier 2 or tier 3. Realistically, I think I like it in tier 2. Do I think it is better than Berry Fresh? I think probably at this point it is. Cyberspice is another really cool deck. This is a really strong fusion deck that has, like, again, some really explosive potential. Like, they just got a brand new fusion, which we'll go and take a look at it quick. Their brand new fusion, like, fixed a lot of their issues, because Cyberspice originally had an issue where it was quite bad at... So first off, there's Gaia Masala, which is just generally quite a good deck. So Cyberspice have like this weird gimmick where the whole thing is looking at the top of your opponent's deck, and based on the cards there, they get bonus effects. So this one, for example, is if your opponent excavates top 3 cards of the deck, one face-up monster in your opponent's field loses attack equal to the total levels of the excavated monsters times 300 until the end of this turn. Then your opponent places the excavated cards atop the deck in any order. So that's pretty cool, right? But this deck always had a really big trouble with getting through set 3 pass. But then, is it this one they got? Yeah, they just got this as a, like, new-ish boss monster. So this is a new fusion monster that has the continuous effect. This card cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects, and your level 7 and higher fire attribute monsters inflict piercing damage. Which kind of solved their major weakness, which was that they didn't really beat set 3 pass, and now they beat set 3 pass maybe better than most other decks. I think something like Mirror Force is fine in Duel Links Rush Duels, maybe not at 3 copies, but we do have tools to deal with destruction, Secret Order, Maximums, a couple of monsters that have specific effect of protecting against destructions, for instance, Ozone Layer, not to mention the amount of back row removal we currently have in the game. Maybe not Mirror Force, but if I would like to see something similar to Wall of Disruption. Yes, I think there are a lot of, like, kind of middle of the road traps we could put in. The problem is, if we put... So again, going back to the Dark Revelation example, if we had Dark Revelation at 3 copies, suddenly, any deck that can't deal with that gets phased out of the meta. So either you're going to have people playing exclusively decks that play 3 copies of Dark Rev, or you're going to be playing people that play decks that counter that, and therefore are playing like a maximum deck. They're playing decks that have a ridiculous amount of back row hate. They're playing decks which have a bunch of monsters that can't be destroyed by card effects. And I think that in itself could be an interesting balancing tool. For example, if they want to really shake up the meta, that would be a really good way to do so. But it would sort of pigeonhole a lot of decks out of the meta. But the other big boss monster for specifically Cyberspice is this one. This is Cyberspice Curry Bread Pandora Drapery. And this is your opponent excavates the top 4 cards of the deck. If a spell trap is among the cards excavated, so if in their top 4 they have a spell trap, which by the way the deck has ways to like force cards to the top of your opponent's deck, you destroy all spell traps on your opponent's field. Your opponent places the excavated cards on top of the deck in any order. So this just wipes the entire enemy back row. So if you can summon this, wipe the enemy back row, summon this, and now both of these have piercing, as well as any other level 7 or higher fire monsters you can get out. That's kind of crazy, right? That's kind of crazy. This deck has a lot of stuff it can do. And for me, that's why this is a like high tier 2 deck. Its combo potential is really, really good. They also have Hot Pot, which is a really good consistency tool. It just basically lets you get a free +1 every turn, which is really, really good. To be honest, right now, what should be added next on Duel Links should be a 7th character. I'm betting on Tiger and Wind Warriors. I mean, that's what we had in our prediction. That was our like wish list. I think it has to be, from my point of view, it has to be Tiger or it has to be Yuga Goha, right? It's got to be one of those two. I personally think Tiger would be the better option. But I could also see Yuga Goha being the pick just because they want to get those cards out sooner. Because Tiger, on release, her cards were kind of a... They weren't, like, awful, but they also weren't super impactful. Like, when she gets her fusions from, like, the Go Rush era support, then Wind Warriors become really, really, really strong, right? But, like, I don't know. The Wind Warriors, like, maybe they could get some of their future support, but without their fusions, I'm not convinced they're going to do super well. Problem is, all of the 7's deck / characters they have left would not all change the meta at all. And we continue the same 3 decks the next 2 months, but yeah, Tiger is next most probably. Don't underestimate how bullshit a card can be just to tear up the meta. I mean, yeah. Tiger, Wind Warriors, then Rovian, Wind Psychic. I mean, potentially. They could even come out at a similar time, right? Basically just have like a Wind box. So next up is this lovely deck. So this is Dark Matter. So the card that we're seeing here, Dark Matter Dragon, this card is... Or this is Dark Matter Emperor Dragon. This card is kind of bonkers. And the reason it is especially bonkers is because you can put this card in like any deck. So it's a contact fusion, which means you don't have to put this in a fusion deck, right? It's made using a level 7 boss monster and a level 6 boss monster or level 5. Either it's a 1 tribute card. But if you tribute a monster that is set on the field, you can just bring back the level 7 from your graveyard. So if you have any way to get this into the graveyard and you have the the Wyvern, you can just bring it back and immediately go into this, which makes this unbelievably splashable. Which makes this a little bit ridiculous. Because now we're seeing like good stuff pile decks that just throw this card in. Like even Magnet Warriors has been seeing like tournament wins because of this card, not even because of their own cards, which is really weird. But what it does is, you can target, if you have a face down monster on your field, you do need to have a face down monster. You can pop any 2 face down cards on the field. So just free pop 2. And then it gains 2,000 attack. And it starts out with 3k. So it becomes a 5,000 attack monster that's just pop 2 back row. This card is really good. I actually did take this to a tournament the other day, and I won the tournament with this card. This card is just that strong. It's an anime card. It's a fun card. It looks cool. It's edgy. It's unbelievably splashable. The deck it's like intended to be played in is also really strong. So like all around, I don't think I could put this anywhere lower than tier 2. Realistically, this is like absolutely fantastic. I would not be surprised. So this is one of the decks I would like to have seen hit with the ban list. But the reason I would like to see it get hit is because of this card specifically and its material. And the reason I want them hit isn't because the card itself is too good. It's because it's splashable and everything. And I really don't like good stuff pile decks when the whole format just becomes good stuff pile. And this is like the biggest offender of good stuff pile. I suppose you could also say Animagica kind of is as well. But it's basically, in my opinion, it takes a lot of individuality out of the game when everyone just basically plays the same broken cards in every single deck, right? And there's the tournament win plug. I mean, we're also obviously going to mention it. I mean, everyone should also, anyone that is interested in playing this format should be entering Monosyncs tournaments because they are really, really, really fun. So then we have another deck, this is going to be down here, I think. Probably like here. So this is sort of similar to this. This is Requiem Dark Matter. So everyone that plays the current Duel Links game will know Dark Galaxy, right? So Dark Galaxy kind of has like two branches. It has the Zuijo Voidvelg stuff, which is what we have currently. And then as we go further on, we get the Dark Matter stuff. And Dark Matter is like, it's still Dark Galaxy, but they're called Dark Matter. Their whole theme is that they'll have 1300 defense. And they like to have, they do things with face down cards. They like to have face down cards on the field. So Zuijo in the anime, mild spoilers, does team up with them. And then he gets like Dark Matter Requiem Dragon or something. This deck, in my opinion, is kind of a brickier version of this deck. In my opinion, this is just a worse version of this, which is why I'm going to have it down here. The deck is still good. It's still competent. It's still like rogue. It can still win games. It could still win a tournament. It's just more unlikely to do so than the decks above it. Realistically, I think, again, if you really like Zuijo, this deck is still fine. It does require a little bit more RNG, I think, than the Dark Matter stuff. The pure Dark Matter deck is just so much better. So then we have more Cyburst. This is Dark Cyburst. So this is, I think we're going to put this probably here. This is the Yggdrago deck. This is Space Yggdrago, because as we know at the moment, we have Yggdrago as a maximum. In Go Rush, Yggdrago comes back, but it's as a fusion monster. So we have a dual space Yggdrago and like deep space Yggdrago, depending on how many Yggdragos we fuse together. And this specific card here is Deep Space Yggdrago, and it's basically made used by fusing 3 Space Yggdrago together. And it's generally quite good. This deck, again, has a lot of consistency tools, but still can be a little bit bricky. But if you do get your boss monsters out, they're very, very high impact. They can multi-attack, they have built-in protection, they can pop a load of cards out of the way. I just think it's not as consistent as the decks above it, right, realistically. Like, this deck still does see play, it still has seen some tops, but I just don't think it competes with, like, the combo potential, like, of Celebros, for example, right? Then we have Delirium. Delirium, for me, is going into Tier 1 straight away. This deck is really, really good. This is a super poly deck. The whole strategy of the deck is to change all your opponent's monsters into insects, and then you can fuse your opponent's insect monsters together with your insects to make Big Mummy Insect. And the deck, in general, is just really good. It has a lot of control elements. You have a lot of ways to pop your opponent's guys. It has a insect-specific trap called Layer... Is it Layer Wire? Which I believe is a... I think the trap is a TCG card. Let's have a look. We go to... Yeah, they have Layer Wire. And Layer Wire is just a good card, right? Destroy a card that's been normal summoned, which is just... That's just good. Just in general, being able to pop a monster on normal is just really, really strong. The deck is like... It kind of does a little bit of everything. And that makes it just really, really strong, I guess. Like, it can summon out big guys. It has easy access to its boss monsters. It has plenty of ways to recycle. Again, you could fuse with your opponent's monsters, which again is just, that's just really good. The deck has loads of ways to plus. There's not really any negative to this deck. And it's not even like super complicated to play. I think it sounds more complicated than it actually is. Because when you actually boil down the gameplay, all your bugs just change themselves to defense mode and then change your opponents into insect and then do something extra. So like, you just do that until you get the ability to fuse off your opponent's stuff. And then you just like make a load of big guys and swing in, and that's kind of the whole deck. But the boss monster itself is really, really good because you can just shuffle away any card on the field, which is, you know, as we've seen with like Ding, that's just really powerful, right? So then we have the Dragonic deck, and Dragonic for me is probably going here. I think the Dragonic deck is like decent, but I don't really see this deck played that much. I haven't really had much experience with this deck, so I can't really like speak to it. But the deck like does okay. Like again, if we take a look at the other lists, it was not mentioned here whatsoever. But in here it was like, where did they have it? They had it in... They don't have it at all. I thought the Dragonic deck was on one of these. Maybe it wasn't. Unless I'm blind. I could just be blind. No, it doesn't like it's here. Alright, maybe I'm giving the Dragonic deck a bit too much credit then. Maybe we'll put it in meme. Because again, I haven't seen this deck in ages. I thought someone said that it had topped recently, but... is that 5-headed dragon next to Wingman? Yes, it is. So this was actually I guess we could talk about this now. I'm probably putting this in meme as well. This was, for a bit, actually a viable deck. There's a card called Dragon Tribe Fusion, which lets you fuse a load of dragons from your graveyard into this, basically. And it was okay for a bit. I have not seen it do anything recently whatsoever, which is a bit of a shame. But the card and the deck was reasonably strong for a little bit. I don't think there's, like, much more to say about it. Again, you fused it from the graveyard. You got it out. It was a big bungus. It was hard to deal with. So basically Dragon Mirror. Basically, yeah. I mean, we can have a look at it, right? What's it called? Dragon Tribe. So we had this, right? So if you have a face-up level 7 or higher Dragon-type monster in your field, fusion summon by shuffling one Dragon-type normal monster from your field and one or more Dragon-type monsters from your graveyard into the owner's deck. This turn you can only attack with fusion materials. So it's very restrictive and you have to use a monster from the field. But this basically just got out your big guy, right? And that's kind of it. There's nothing, like, super crazy about it, but, like, I remember this deck was really strong for a bit. I did actually play this deck a little bit, but I don't actually remember, like, what meta we were in when I was playing it. So I just remember the deck was performing well. I guess next we will talk about Sky Savior. So Sky Savior is another deck that was sort of tier 0 for a bit. This is a really cool deck, right? So the idea behind the Sky Saviors is they are kind of modular fusions, and you can fuse different Sky Saviors with different Sky Savior Angels, and then depending on which ones you used, you'd get a different fusion monster. So this one specifically was like my favorite one. It basically was a floodgate. In fact, again, we'll get it up again, because why not, right? Sky Savior. So this is Druckmore. And Druckmore is made using Dunkus and Lure, and continuous effect. Face-up cards on your field cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Now, to be fair, this was a really, really powerful effect when it was new, but this deck is kind of old now. But the reason I really like this deck is because, one, there's a lot of different stuff you could do with it, but two, we had stuff like Soliel and Lure. So Soliel has the effect, reveal a warrior monster from your hand. This card's name becomes Lure this turn. So first off, if you use their effects, they become the other one. So you could either just use them as is, or you can basically turn them into the other one. But then their effects are, excavate the top 4 cards of your deck, you can add a fusion to your hand, place the remaining cards at the bottom of your deck. That's a plus if you get it correct. And then there's Lure, which is send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard, then add a fusion from one card sent to your hand, right? Then there's other spell cards that do similar things, like Watch, which is excavate the top 5 cards of your deck, add an excavated card to your hand, place your remaining cards at the bottom of your deck. Because we had so many of these cards that put cards to the bottom of your deck, you could keep track of all the cards on the bottom of your deck and eventually work out the complete order of cards in your deck. And this is something I did a few times, but it becomes very, like, annoying to keep track of because you've kind of got to, like, write it down. You can't really just memorize that typically, at least I can't. So it does get a little bit annoying, but you can basically work out the order of cards that you will draw, which can be really, really good. But the main, like, asshole card was Transience, right? So Transience is your opponent cannot activate normal spell cards except Fusion. And this was the main reason people didn't like this archetype, because basically being told you're not allowed to use spell cards isn't super fun or engaging. Waiting for Tomato to talk about the 3-color lollies, the deck on the leftmost. So the reason I haven't talked about it yet is because I don't really have much to say about this. I have played against this deck once, I've never played it. So I don't know where to put it. So the deck works like Tsukiyomi. Yeah, it basically works exactly like Tsukiyomi in terms of like the deck stacking, which is really nice. Yeah, this is a deck that I don't really have anything to say about it, right? I don't think it's like been performing super well. I know that people always like mention it, but I just generally don't know where to put it, to be perfectly honest. I don't even remember what the deck does. So then we're going to have Plant Fusion. Plant Fusion is a deck I like, but it needs more support, really. Really, it doesn't even need to be on this list, to be honest. It hasn't gotten support in so long. Then we have Dinosaurs. For me, I'm actually going to put Dinosaurs in tier 3. And I might be a bit biased because I really like Dinosaurs, but I think Dino Kaiser has really sorted out a lot of the problems that this deck has. So basically, Dinosaurs got an update that came out at the same time as Delirium. And what Dinosaurs got was their maximum that is currently in Duel Links got new side pieces, right? So you got 2 cards, and their effects say they count as the maximum side piece while in your hand, which means you can maximum summon them into your Dynamic Dino Dynamix. Now, that deck on its own was like a bit mid, but the reason why was because we only had the one maximum monster. And in OCG, the way you really want things to function in a maximum deck is you want to have as many level 10s as possible, because then you can play all of the level 10 support cards. So we have things like Heavenly Gift, which is discard a level 10 monster, draw 2 cards. I mean, it's a bit more complicated than that, but that's the simplified version. There's like Heavenly Blessing, I think it is. There's a Heavenly something, which is like mill the top 3 cards of your deck. Then if you don't have a monster on the field, you can add a level 10 card back from your graveyard to your hand. So in the old version of the deck, we only had 3 level 10s, so playing all the level 10 support didn't really make sense. But Dino-Kaiser is a level 10 monster, so he does kind of fix the major issue the deck had. The big issue the deck currently has, I guess, even with Dino-Kaiser, is a deep draw deck, which means in the same way that Celebros can get punished by tax, this deck also can get hard punished by tax. This is another deck I have taken to a tournament, and we did get top 4 with it, but we did end up losing again 2 tax, because it is just really, really good. But basically, the whole point of this deck is you make your Dynamix. Dynamix can pop 2 monsters because of the middle piece's effect. Then you can use a new side piece to spin one of your opponent's monsters back into the hand. And then basically you get rid of all 3 of their monsters you attack directly with your maximum, right? So it's generally quite a good deck. I think it's a lot better than it was. I think it definitely deserves the tier 3 spot. Then we have Executie. Executie for me is probably... It's probably better than Berry Fresh now. So we have been seeing Ursus playing this a ton in tournaments, and it's been topping a decent amount. Executie is definitely like a strong pick, and it's funny as well. This deck has gotten like, it did just get a little bit of new support, but even before it got its new support, it was still really, really, really strong. And the fact it's been as strong as it is, like it had cards limited that have only recently been unlimited, and the deck, when it came out, was basically tier 0 and is still strong to this day. Just goes to show like the staying power that Executie has. This is a level 6 archetype that basically has a bunch of effects like spam themselves onto the field. They have a lot of effects like if you have a level 6 monster on the field, you can special summon this. There's like reveal a level 6 monster from your hand, special summon this. And they basically have a lot of like control-y type effects like gaining attack, reducing your opponent's monster's attack, tucking one of your opponent's card by tucking itself. There's lots of different things that Executie do. They're a very versatile archetype. And again, they have been seeing like splash play. Like they've been seeing some play in Royal Rebels. They've been seeing some play with Berry Fresh. There is like quite a lot you can actually do with these. That's kind of everything. Like it's I almost want to call it a combo deck, but it's not. It plays more like a control style deck, but like without a lot of traps. It's a bit of a weird one. It's kind of like it uses the monsters in like a control-y way, I suppose, is the way to think of it. And then we get Heroes. Heroes, for me, is a tier 1 deck. Heroes is really, really strong. So there's a couple of different ways to build Heroes. This is going to be specifically the non-Neos versions. This is like the all-in on Miracle Fusion version. And it's good. You have, obviously, Burst Wingman, which gives you the option to pop face-down cards, which is really, really good. We have things like the brand new one, whose name escapes me. But basically, they did just get a brand new... Fusion, which is a combination of Avian, Burstinatrix, and Sparkman. And the Fusion monster has the effect that you can draw a card from your deck and then reveal it. If it's a monster, you get to pop any card on the field, which is really, really good. Like, genuinely really, really powerful. The main reason that's especially good is because now you could play something like Argent, and whereas before, if you selected, like, Burst Wingman, for example, you look at the top 4 cards of your deck and you're looking for one of 2 cards, an Avian or a Burstinatrix. Well, now if you use the new one, you get to look at the top 4 and look for one of 3 different cards, right? So now there are 12 cards in your deck that have to be at least 1 or 2 of those in the top 4, which increases the odds of it hitting, which is quite nice. Now, to be fair, people aren't really playing Argent in this deck, but it's a potential option, right? So the deck just has like lots of different bits and bobs it can do. Obviously, we have Miracle Fusion. There's a card called Elemental Hero Voltic, which is made by fusing Avian and Sparkman together. And then its effect is that you can basically Miracle Fusion using cards from your graveyard. So you summon it out, use its effect, then immediately summon out another fusion from the grave, which is really, really strong. Again, though, it does have a similar problem with these other deep draw decks, where this is a deep draw deck. You play a lot of cards that draw you cards, and that means you are susceptible to tax. So for anyone that doesn't know, traditional tax is a card that says, if your opponent draws a card during their main phase, they discard 2 cards from their hand. So your opponent will activate their effect to, like, I don't know, like discard a card, draw 2, right? And then you will immediately make them discard 2 cards, which is really, really punishing to deep draw decks, which is why Hero can get hit with that quite a bit. But this deck is just able to do so much. It's able to combo out so much. It also has Skyscraper, and then we have the new... What's the newly released card? It's like Defender. I mean, let's just bring it up quick. We're just going to keep going back into EDO. If we go to... here. Yeah, so then there's Card Defender. This, by the way, this is my tournament winning list again. So this is a list that we took to another one of Mono's tournaments and did win that tournament as well. So this is the new Card Defender. So this is a continuous effect. During your opponent's turn, spell and traps on your field cannot be returned to the hand, deck, or extra deck by card effects. So this is also quite a common effect we're seeing now to stop things like Giant Trunade. But if you have a face-up warrior-type normal monster or warrior-type fusion monster on your field, face-up monsters gain 1,000 attack. So all of your monsters, including itself, gain 1,000. Then you have Skyscraper, which gives all of your monsters during your turn that are Avian, Burstinatrix, Clayman, Sparkman, Bubbleman, Neos, and level 5 to 8 warrior-type fusion monsters gain 1,000 attack. So you could basically give your whole board an extra 2k attack. So what I was doing quite consistently was something like double Sparkman, then have Skyscraper and Card Defender, and you just have 2 3,600 attack Sparkmen, which is absolutely ridiculous. Release cards to stop Trunade also give us Feather Duster at the same time. I mean, it's because we already had a load of cards that stop, like Feather Duster. Like, we have a lot of cards that do just protect your back row. Like, the Gadget Maximum protects all your back row. Sunset Rebirth. There are a few others. Let me look at the exact wording on the Gadget Max. Is it all on this one? Cards on your field cannot be destroyed by opponent's card effects. This. So there are a decent amount of cards now that do just kind of give you protection from destruction of card effects. Like, just in general. Like, but yeah, the point is, Hero's good deck. Hero's a very good deck. So then there's this one. This is like the Prime deck. And I'm not entirely sure, because again, this is a deck I don't have a ton of experience playing against. These guys have it next to Dice, but like underneath Dark Galaxy. I think I probably will have it here-ish. Again, I don't really know what this deck does. I haven't, like I said, I haven't played against Prime a ton, so I don't have much of an opinion, so I'm just gonna have to like move it over to someone else. Then there is Wind Warriors. So this is the Music Princesses. This is their fusion monster they get that just wipes out the entire back row. And again, it's really, really strong. I think for me, this is going up here into tier 2. So again, Wind Warriors have a Miracle Fusion type card. And they were seeing a lot of splash play with heroes. But I think even if you play them with heroes or without, the deck is still reasonably strong. Again, being able to wipe out your opponent's back row is really good. They have a lot of like combo pieces, which let them like get piercing and have ways to like deal with your opponent's... I mean, I guess that's kind of their gimmick, is they have good ways to deal with defense position monsters and good ways to deal with back row. That's kind of their MO. The deck is like just strong. Again, it's one of those decks that, in my opinion, doesn't have like a ton of identity. Like their whole thing was, oh look, we have a Miracle Fusion. But now like a lot of decks have a Miracle Fusion, so I feel like their identity's kind of slipping away a little bit. But the deck's still strong. Then there's Gaia. For me, I'm probably putting Gaia here in tier 1. So Gaia is basically a pile deck. You play like the Gaia engine, which is not very big. Then you just put whatever else you want in the deck that's just good. And I think that's why I don't like this deck as much. I used to like the pure Gaia builds when the deck first came out. But now it's just like, oh, you're playing Gaia, but you're playing like the Ryozai package in it, which is a fantastic engine, which gives you free special summons, reduce the opponent's monster's attack, and gives your board protection from destruction. You can play just like all of the good back row hate. You play like all of the good monsters that just mill cards into your graveyard. You can play the Negator Dragon package. You can play the Reactor package. There's just so much you can do in this deck. But it's still really strong, right? Being able to summon out Conqueror of Champions every single turn is obviously going to be nuts. You can have just a load of direct attacks. You can pop all your opponent's back row constantly. You have lots of ways to shuffle them back in so you can reuse the effects. This deck does not really resemble the version that we have of this deck in Duel Links, but it is still really, really strong, and it's still one of the best decks in the game. And I think it is hard to argue that fact, especially considering how many, like, we've seen topping and winning tournaments as of late. This deck is definitely one of the strongest decks in the game. Let me get Legend. Legend for me... Where are we putting you? Probably... up here? Do I think Legend is better than Cyber Dragon? Probably not. We might bump Cyber Dragon up a little bit. Okay, I think I like this. Legend is like, it's a really cool archetype. So Legend is a weird deck that basically have a bunch of cards that say like this card is treated as a Legend card while in your hand or graveyard. And then they have a bunch of effects which is like mill the top X cards, and like if you milled a Legend card, then you get to do a thing. Or like reveal a Legend monster in your hand. Okay, I get 500 extra attack and I can attack twice. Like they basically play around Legends. They have lots of ways to recycle Legends as well, which does make the deck reasonably strong. But again, it's just in a weird situation where it just doesn't really compete with the decks that are higher than it. It doesn't have as good a combo potential as like most of the decks above it. Its grind game is like okay. That's probably where it like excels the most, in just like a decent-ish grind game. It's got some pretty good trap cards, which again do allow it to play that grind game to like quite a high level. But it's, like I was saying, it's just a little bit underwhelming compared to the decks that are above it. I think that's the only thing that really lets it down. Then we've got the, like, I can't remember what this card's called. Roadstar deck, I guess. It's like the Dark Spellcaster deck, I guess. This deck is really good. The issue this deck has is a similar one to Dark Matter Dragon, which is it's very splashable. So a lot of the time, your lists will get a little bit confusing because it will be like, well, is this Dark Matter, or is this a Dark Spellcaster, or is this just an engine and something else? And that's kind of where this deck kind of, or this card, I guess specifically, gets a bit weird. Because as a package, it's really, really strong. As an individual deck, it's still strong, but it's not as strong as the package itself is. Because again, it's another contact fusion package, so you can just put it in anything. You don't need to be playing fusion spells or anything. You just slam it into a deck, have it work. And it's one of those cards as well, where one of the contact fusion material summons the other one. So you can just, again, just splash it in anything, which makes it really, really powerful. The monster itself has piercing, or the ability to lower the attack of your opponent's monsters, which in general is really, really strong. The main reason this is so good, though, is because you can, assuming you already have the 7 Sphere in the graveyard, you summon out your Roadstar, and then Roadstar on its own special summons Sphere from the graveyard, and then you have a 1-card boss monster. So it's like having like Miracle Fusion or something. Just having 1 card out of your hand and summoning a boss is really, really good. Like really, really good. Then we've got... Gadgets for me is probably... it can go in Rogue. It can go in Rogue. So Gadgets is a maximum deck. And the maximum is like fine. But it doesn't get very big. It's kind of a very small maximum because it's made out of Gadgets. It gives your board protection, but it doesn't have very good ways to like out your opponent's big guys, like in engine. Like it still can, but not very well. It doesn't combo super hard. It kind of like wants to play a grind game and probably play lots of traps because the maximum's effect does protect cards on your field from being destroyed by card effects, which is quite nice. But that's kind of it. It does have piercing, which is good. But again, if it's not a massive attack piercing, I don't think it matters as much. It's fine, but it's nothing too crazy. We'll put it above Sky Saviors, probably. I think that's fine. So then we have Harpies. Harpies is a weird one. I think I'm going to put this in top of tier 3 for now. Harpies is a good deck, right? It's a really strong control deck. Harpies has some really powerful trap cards. It did just get the new structure deck, which did give it a bunch of contact fusions, but the issue is those contact fusions aren't like high impact. They're all very low impact. And I think for me, that's just a little bit of a letdown. Because, like, their fusion monsters are like, change a battle position of a monster. And then if you have a certain card in your graveyard, you get to destroy something. And it's like, that's fine. But that's not crazy. Then, like, their big boss, made using 3 different monsters, just has, like, built-in protection where it can't be, like, fused off. So it can't get, like, super volleyed. And it, like, can't be destroyed by card effects. And that's it. It doesn't have piercing. It doesn't have multi-attack. The main strength of this deck, in my opinion, is Harpy's Pet Master, which lets you basically once a turn just pop any monster on the field, which is generally quite good. But that's kind of it. It doesn't really do much more beyond that. So it's still a decent deck, a strong control option, but it just feels like it's just not as good as the other decks above it. Then we've got... Christ, what is this card even called? Super Poly and Rush OCG. So Super Poly exists in the sense that there are cards that fuse off your opponent's board, but it's not quite the same. We don't actually have Super Poly. Like, we don't have a card that can't be reacted to, but we don't need that because every card can't be reacted to, right? But what we do have is, for example, Delirium Embrace. So fusion summon a light attribute insect monster by sending 1 face-up monster from your field and 1 face-up level 9 or lower monster from either field to the graveyard as material. So this is like an idea of like a Super Poly type card. There's also the Dwarf card, which is Prime Dwarf. Send 1 monster from your field to the graveyard. Then you can shuffle 3 light attribute monsters with different types in your graveyard into the deck. If you do, you can fusion summon 1 light attribute monster by sending light attribute monsters from among the face-up monsters on the field. So if your opponent is playing a light deck, you can fuse 2 of your opponent's monsters together into a monster on your field. It's Super Poly, but not annoying. I mean, it's still annoying. It's still really annoying. But there are, like, a couple of different cards that do have these sort of effects. But this is, Christ, what's the card even called? Oh, I even took this to a tournament and topped with it, but I cannot remember what it's called. It is... This is like Yuhi's archetype. It's like Machines and Dragons. Why can't I remember what the heck it's called? Well, we can find out. We can find out. We have the technology. Hybrid Drive. It's Hybrid Drive. This is the deck I actually entered Mono's tournament with. So Hybrid Drive. This is a pretty cool deck. The main issue people tend to have with this deck is this guy. So this is Hybrid Drive Screwdriver. He's like the ace monster of the deck. His effect is kind of a bit floodgatey, and people don't like that, even though I think personally it's a really, really like soft floodgate. But place 2 dragon-type monsters and 2 machines from your graveyard on the bottom of your deck in any order. Destroy 1 monster on the field, then neither player can normal or special summon monsters with the same original name as the monster destroyed by this effect. Face up until the end of your opponent's next turn. So this basically locks your opponent out of summoning the monster that you pop with its effect, which is annoying, especially if that's like your key like ace monster that got popped. Personally, I think there are much, much worse floodgates than Screwdriver, but you know, it's just me. Then there's Barrier Tail. This card, in my opinion, is what made this deck good. So this is, if you have Screwdriver face up on your field, you can normal summon this card without tributing, so you just get a free 2400 body. And continuous effect, if this card attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing damage equal to... you don't need to know that. Piercing damage. You get piercing damage if this card attacks a defense position monster. Then, if you have a face-up dragon-type monster on your field, face-up dragons and machines on your field cannot be destroyed by card effects. So another one of those protect you from being popped by card effects cards, which is really, really good. Also, hello, Mono, by the way. How you doing, buddy? So next up, we have Vocalize Phoenix. This is going probably somewhere around here. So Vocalize Phoenix is cool. It's a cool maximum monster. It's a maximum / equip card. Like, you really want to get the equip out as well as the max. It's one of those maximums that can use its side pieces to do well, even without actually maximum summoning it. It's good. We can pop face down cards. Basically, what the maximum does is you can destroy a spell trap on your opponent's field, and then if you do, you can pop another one. You can pop a monster on your opponent's field, and if you do, you can pop another one. So it just pops 4 things. And then it can gain attack, burn your opponent, and get piercing. So it kind of does like a little bit of everything. But we kind of got to the stage where it's too easy to out this. Like, you have to get the equip spell to give it protection. And if you don't get the equip spell, it can be a little bit awkward. Rush. Cyclone would lost first round in an OCG Rush tournament. Probably. You probably would. Maybe you should enter and find out, though. So then we have Jinzo. What are we doing with Jinzo? Jinzo's probably tier 3. Probably put it around here. Like, Jinzo is still a strong deck. You have a lot of ways to, like, destroy your opponent's traps or just completely turn them off. You have ways to special summon a lot of, like, decently strong bodies. I just think the Jinzo deck doesn't have the same kind of oomph as a lot of the decks above it. It's kind of just a control deck, because, again, you don't really, like, spam out, like, high attack guys. There is a Jinzo that gains attack equal to the number of traps. I want to say in both players' graveyards, so, like, that's nice, but, like, it's nothing, like, crazy, right? Then we have, like, Sea Serpent Maximum. So this is the Kraken version. This is probably going in meme, and we'll put the other one in meme as well. Unfortunately, these cards have just been, like, power crept at this point. They came out so long ago. They're still, like, decent. They can still do stuff. But they're not, like... They're very much shadows of their former selves. I think, like, realistically, there are just stronger maximums in the game now, even. So then we have Ashura Star. This is Metarian. Metarian, with its new support, is actually kind of insane. The deck does so much, but it's another one of those, like, quite hard-to-play combo decks where your, like, second turn of the duel will generally go through, like, the top 25 cards of your deck. You'll be milling, you'll be plussing, you'll be making tons of different fusions. You'll have to work out what resources you need, what resources you don't need. You'll be basically having a ton of different options. And again, I think what makes a difficult rush deck is when you have a shit ton of different options and you've got to work out what is the most efficient option, right? That, in my opinion, is what makes a difficult rush deck. And I think this definitely kind of falls into that category where you do have a lot of different options, a lot of different monsters you can go into, a lot of different ways you can plus. You have to kind of filter through and work out what, like, the good ones are, and then you kind of go from there. So Metarian definitely tier 2. Then we have Love. What are we doing with Love? Love is probably going to be around here. Love is, like, it's an okay deck, but it's a really weird deck. Basically, the deck is a whole archetype of 0 attack monsters, and then they have to, like, gain attack by doing specific things, like one of them, like, just activates and can give itself 2500 attack until the end of your opponent's turn. In a lot of ways, it's kind of similar to Berry Fresh in that regard, but Love has always felt just kind of like a worse Berry Fresh to me. Like, the deck has stuff it can do. You can attack directly with this deck, but you've got to, like, attack directly with 0 attack, but then you have to, like, boost their attack up to actually not be 0. So, like, it's an awkward deck. It's an interesting one, for sure. And if you're the kind of person that likes cutesy decks, or you like these kind of more... They don't just play on the same axis as everyone else deck, I think this is actually quite a good one. So we're not going to need you, because we've already got you. So next up is probably Wind Fusion, so Wind Psychic. Realistically, this deck hasn't been doing anything for a while. It is just about to get some new support, so maybe it can, like, do something. I don't think this deck is, like, super good. Like, maybe it should be in Rogue. But, like, it hasn't really done anything in a while, so, like, I don't think I could put it much higher. Spellcasters, I don't think we need this here as well, because we kind of already have that covered with the Road Magia. So, next up is probably Heroes with Neos. I think the Neos version of this deck is weaker, for sure, than the non-Neos version. Just because the Neos version... You will just brick occasionally. You'll just, like, open Neos and just not be able to do anything with it. And you also have to play cards to get, like, Neos out of your hand. You want to be playing things like... I mean, if you're lucky, you can just get Elemental Circulation to fix your hand. But if you don't, you're going to want things like Ship of 7 Treasures. You want things like Secret Order. And having to just run all those extra cards is kind of a pain. Wind Psychics are good, but you need a lot of pieces. And if you don't get the fusion on board... to fuse everything, they don't do too much. I mean, that's basically the issue, right? If you don't get the combo pieces, the deck doesn't do much. Whereas a lot of these other combo decks get their combo pieces easier, right? So that's why I think it ends up being back down there. Then we have Obsidian Magical Sorcerer, or Solitaire, as it's kind of been dubbed. Solitaire is still a really good deck. This is a spellcaster deck. The reason it's called Solitaire is because the deck plays like 30 spells. And you just want to turbo all of those spells into your graveyard as quickly as possible. You just play whatever you can to just dump spells. And then the boss monster of the deck, he gets an attack boost for every spell card in your graveyard. Then you give him an equip spell that gives him piercing, and then you just kill your opponent. So that's the kind of gimmick with this deck. This was almost tier 0 when it came out. It did get hit by the ban list pretty quick. But this deck is still around, it's still strong, it's still very boring to play against, and it's very, very consistent. Because you just play, like we say, just a bunch of spells that mill and draw, and that's kind of it. So as long as you open a hand of like almost anything, you've got all the gas you need to get this going. So it's very, very consistent. But I think the issue this deck has is that when you see it coming, you can prepare for it and you can side deck against it quite well. But on its own, in a non-side deck event, this deck is very, very strong. I don't think we really care about Oki Abyss. We'll just put them down here for now. So I've heard rumors of there being like a psychic OTK deck, but I haven't really seen much about it. So I'm just going to put some Rogue for now. I don't really have much more to say about it than that. Like maybe it will be decent at some point. Then there's Fish. I think Fish is a decent deck. Fish has easy access to piercing, easy access to protecting all your cards from being destroyed. It has a little bit of direct attacking. It does quite a lot. The issue is, it doesn't do it as well as the other decks again. This deck even has a Miracle Fusion. So you can just make all this deck's fusions using cards from your graveyard, which is really, really good. But unfortunately, I just don't think it is on the same level as the decks above it, realistically. Then we have Royal Rebels. Royal Rebels, this is like a high tier 3, I want to say. Like maybe like here. Like again, just because you're in tier 3 isn't like bad. Tier 3 just means like not as good as tier 1 and tier 2, right? This deck is still really strong. This deck can still win tournaments. It's still really, really good. It has, because of the latest support that it got, it gave it a lot of tools that helped overcome Royal Rebels' weakness. The biggest one being Progressive, because Progressive gives you an option to pop back row, and then when you do pop a back row, you get to pop a face down monster, which is really, really important because Royal Rebels suck at dealing with set 3 pass. Basically, they don't really have a good way to like stop the fence your opponent's board other than just like playing like stop the fence, which is obviously not a card you want to be playing. So this card kind of did fix a lot of the issues of the deck. Like we say, it did go through a stint of being in tier 1. I think now it's kind of fallen down a little bit, but it's still a strong deck. Then we have Seven's Wonder Fusion. This is probably, for me, going to go to bottom of tier 3. This deck is like, it's still annoying. Like, Seven's Gears is still like the biggest asshole in the game. You just play your fusion spell, summon this for 1 card from your hand because it's a Miracle Fusion. Then you get out a big asshole that can like gain like 5,000 attack and attack twice and just OTK your opponent a lot of the time. And it didn't help that they also gave this an equip spell that gives it a chunk more attack as well as piercing, which does make it very annoying. Look how diverse the meta is in TCG. So much variety. Why can't Duel Links be like that? So it took us a long time to get to this, right? For a long time in the TC or in the OCG, it was like tier 0, tier 0, tier 0, tier 0 format. So in my opinion, when we got the Go Rush fusions, that is when we started getting this. That's when we started getting like a lot of diversity. We started seeing a lot of decks actually be playable. Because like even the stuff in meme, you won't see very much at all. The stuff in Rogue, you will still see this in tournaments. Stuff in tier 3, you will see these decks win tournaments still, right? Like everything here, like everything in tier 1, 2, and 3, all of this is like tournament winning decks. Like all of these decks can win tournaments, all these decks have won tournaments, right? This is a quite diverse meta in general. But again, we didn't really get to like this nice stage of having a lot of diversity until Go Rush fusions, right? So when we get to that, I think that's when it's going to pick up again. That's when we also started getting like the Go Rush maximums and stuff. That's when the game started accelerating. I would make the argument the game's accelerated maybe a little bit too far right now. But even so, a lot of the time, if you're playing in a tournament, you will primarily see these tier 1 and tier 2 decks. These are like what you're most like. I mean, even if we look at Mono's tournaments, for example, right? We've seen a lot of Animagica, we've seen Delirium, we've seen Heroes, we've seen Gaia, we've seen Celebros, we've seen Metarion, we've seen Cyberspice, although not very much. We've seen a ton of Dark Galaxy, we've seen the Dark Spellcasters, we've seen Ursus brings this every single tournament. We did see a bit of Berry Fresh. We haven't seen it as much lately, but this card still sees a lot of play. We did see a bit of Solitaire. We haven't seen it as much lately. And I think we saw Wind Psychics even, or Wind Warriors this week. Some of these other decks have seen play. Like I played this last week. Milanessa was playing this. I think this saw some play this week. Tsukimura was playing Jinzo this week. I topped with dinosaurs. Milanessa was playing this previously as well. This topped this week, the legend deck. Now, true, they give skills for old decks to keep up, at least to rogue status. That would be nice, but they rarely did it. Skills create too big of a gap in many decks. I mean, yeah. I'm still a faithful Berry Fresh player. I mean, Berry Fresh is still a good deck. It's just it's a lot weaker than it was, right? It went from being, like, undisputed best deck in the game to, like... it turns out if you don't have the ability to weaken all your opponent's monsters every single turn, it's not as strong. I haven't played Mono's tournaments in a few months. You should play Monos, because he does 3 OCG tournaments a week now. We'll give him the shout out as well. What I should do is actually make a command for Monosync. Because like I basically shout out Monosync constantly, so I should just have that as a thing. Then we have my old favorite deck. This is Secret Investigators. I'm probably putting this here-ish. So this is Light Reptiles. This is a really cool deck that has a lot of plussing. That was kind of its attraction when it came out, was it had so many ways to just draw cards. Its boss monster gave you a free draw and weakened your opponent's monsters. They had all of their like lower level monsters all plussed you. One of them was like, look at the top 3 cards, add a Light Reptile to your hand. One of them is like, add a Light Reptile from your graveyard to your hand. They just had so many ways to like plus. And that gave you so many different things you could do, so many ways to make good value plays. Because, again, we had the ability to reduce your opponent's monster's attack. That also meant we could attack through anything, which is also really, really, really strong. So, absolutely fantastic deck. I still really, really like this deck. I just think, again, we've gotten to the point where these decks are all just so much better that it's just fallen down. It hasn't gotten worse at all, so much as the other decks have just kind of overtaken it and are just kind of running rampant up here. Then we have this. So this is like the new Summon Skull stuff. So Zach has been the biggest like performer on this deck in Mono's tournaments. This is an interesting one. So they have Skull Archfiend of Confusion, which lets you yoink one of your opponent's guys, which is pretty good. They also have ways to manipulate your opponent's levels. And they also have a like Soul Exchange type card that lets you tribute one of your opponent's monsters to summon out one of your monsters. So they have a lot of like really interesting control elements to like mess with your opponent, which is actually quite strong. The issue is this deck has some really awkward matchups. Like into maximums, this deck can really struggle. Now you still can deal with maximums because you can lower the level of the maximum and then tribute it for one of your own cards. But that's like a 2-card combo that you just have to like find all those pieces at the same time. So it can struggle a little bit, but it's definitely a strong deck. Definitely a strong deck. I played the very first one, was hyped to play every week, but life happened and the last few months were shitty life. But now it's slowly going up again, so maybe I play some Rush EDO Pro again soon. Well, I hope you do. I hope, obviously, your situation improves. Thunderbolt is currently in meme, but this card has been on the Limit 1, like, forever. This card is finally coming off of Limit 1 and going up to Limit 2. So maybe we'll see Thunderbolt do something, but I wouldn't expect it to. Then we have the Light Galaxy Fusion deck. For me, probably here. Like, it's a good deck. It's a strong deck. It has a lot of, like, versatility, because basically Transam Linak has a ton of different fusions it goes into. And it basically gets to play the My Extra deck as a toolbox game, where it's like, oh, I need the piercing guy. Oh, I need the guy that pops back row. Oh, I need the guy that lets me gain 2,000 extra attack. Oh, I need the guy that does X, Y, and Z, right? You get to do all of that stuff with this deck. I would say this deck doesn't have crazy high pop-off turns, but it can pop off. Typically, I think this deck can struggle to gain enough resources to do everything it wants to do, but it has... It's a Swiss Army knife, right? You can pull out whatever you need for the right situation, and it can be really, really good. Sick for 2 months, lost my job, and some other stuff, but it gets better again slowly. But at the very least, you always have rush tools, right? And you always have a place in the community. But yeah, I hope your situation improves, my friend. So then we have Ancient Gear. Ancient Gear. Where are you going, Ancient Gear? Where are we putting you? Probably around here. Ancient Gear is a really easy to play deck. Basically, all of the cards have ways to get your bosses onto the field easier. So Tyranno, for example, he has 1 less tribute if you have a monster that has the same attack and defense on the field. And then they have a field spell that makes all of your Ancient Gears have 1 less tribute. Which means if you have that on the field and get out any of your Ancient Gear cards, this guy can just be normal summoned without tribute. They also have ways... There's a card called... I can't remember what it's called. It's like a little chibi bear. But basically, it gives all of your Earth Machine monsters piercing and a 500 attack boost. So basically, you can just give all of your big Ancient Gears a load of tribute. Would you look at that? It is Acceleration Gate raiding on in. Hello, hello, Acceleration Gate. I hope the tournament went well. Or, it wasn't a tournament, was it? You were doing a, what was it? It was like a league? You were doing a league? I want to say you were doing a league. You're like commentating a league game? The issue that I have with speed, specifically, and the leagues, is there are so many that I lose track. Like, I do not have the brain capacity to keep track of everything. Because there's like the throwback, then there's like a whole bunch of like other leagues and wars, and I always lose track of like which one's which. But yeah, I hope it went well. We've been yapping this entire time. We're currently doing an OCG Rush tier list. Is currently what we're up to. We've almost come to the end of it. It is a good thing for sure to have an active community. Yeah, I mean, it's a great thing. It's just like, I lose track, is it, right? There are a lot of leagues. Exactly, exactly. Hello, Dwan. Hello, Dwan. Welcome, welcome on in. This is a big list indeed. Yeah, so this is like, basically, the way that we're basically structuring this is if it's tier 1, 2, or 3, these are decks that have won tournaments or potentially could still win tournaments, and it wouldn't surprise people. So we have quite a big diverse meta. That being said, we could probably squeeze some like tier 3 down into Rogue realistically, but I kind of like having it like this. Rogue are decks that like you wouldn't expect to win a tournament, but they could do, and Meme is just like, no one's playing these decks. What the rush? Exactly, exactly. Hello, Mizu. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Rush Duel Champ title holder. Yeah, I have won many a Rush Duels. I actually won, so in the OCG scene specifically, in Mono's tournaments, I did actually win 2 tournaments this week, which is quite nice, because I don't win tournaments super often. And we haven't won a Duel Links tournament in a while, because we haven't been, like, super tryharding, but at the same time, like, we did play, like, I don't know, 5 tournaments on Gaia Matari, and we kept getting out in, like, top 4 and top 8, so. King Beetle deck, you beat Quantum Cubes. I mean, yeah. Always beat Quantum Cubes. Everyone that's ever beaten Quantum Cubes is a world champion in my eyes. That's just how this goes. So the next deck is going to be Magnet Warriors. Magnet Warriors is probably... It's like up here somewhere. It's like towards the bottom of tier 2. This deck is really good. The Magnet Warriors themselves, really, really strong. Being able to go into Valkyrion is pretty good because it turns on some of your spell cards. But for the most part, you'll go into your other fusion monster. I actually forget what he's called. But he's the one that lets you pop back row every turn, which is really, really good. So that is generally what you do with this. The issue we have with magnets is they splash, typically, the Dark Matter Dragon engine into the deck, which kind of a lot of the time makes it feel like magnets are supporting Dark Matter Dragon and he ends up being the actual win con. But it's still a strong combination and the deck is still good in its own right. It's just I think without the Dark Matter stuff, this becomes a lot weaker. But I still think it's still tier 2. Still, again, has won several tournaments. Still a very good deck. And I think that's kind of it. I don't think we need to talk about these ones. These are kind of like not real decks anymore. So I think that is going to be it for the tier list. I think I like where everything is. Again, maybe tier 3 is a little bit bloated. Like maybe I could like move some of this down. Is that Summon Skull second in tier 3? Yes. This is Skull Archfiend of Confusion, which is a Summon Skull archetype, which is a very interesting one. So basically the way this deck works is that your main boss gets to steal your opponent's level 8 and lower monsters, and they have ways to manipulate levels so you can make your opponent's like fusion monsters be lower level and then just yoink them. And they also have a like soul exchange or like Monarch Stormforth type effect where you contribute over your opponent's level 8 and lower monsters. But again, you can reduce their levels, so it's really, really good. I might skip my question. Would Tomato start making a spreadsheet for OCG Rush Tourney, at least just for the locals that we know, or one that you joined? I mean, I could do. Just means keeping track of it, right? That's all it means. I didn't understand a thing, but I trust you. Dark Galaxy and Matarian Tier 1 for you only. I mean, they're still really strong decks, right? Really strong. Duel Links OST tier list 2023 to present. The problem with that is I would have to listen to every single soundtrack, right? And then actually try and judge them, and that would be a bit nutty. I'm trying to think, do I want to move anything here? Is anything, like, in the wrong tier? Should anything be bumped up, moved down? I still think tier 3 is a little bit too big. But, like, I don't really want to move anything down. I think I kind of like this as is, to be honest. I think a lot of these are basically fine where they are. Yeah, I think I'm good with this. I think this is how I see the meta right now. Now, is this 100% accurate? It's probably not. This is obviously going to be a little bit subjective. Like we said, we do have the data we did pull from, but like this isn't 100% either, right? Like if we look at this, basically according to this, the top decks Animagica Hero, Delirium, and then it's like Cyber Spice. But I still think Gaia and Celebros deserve to be in the conversation as well. I do think they are noticeably better than these. Maybe, based on this, though, we do actually bump them down a little bit. Like, I could do this. I think this would be fine. Because, like, looking at the difference in the data, like, they are actually kind of vastly, like, 14% all the way down to, like, 2%, right? Like, the difference is quite staggering. So, like, I think that does make sense. And then if we take a look at the other list as well, they also did, like, a similar thing where they had them down a tier. So, like, maybe this is actually slightly better. I'm kind of curious, where would you put the Gaia Rush dual deck with access to their skill in this tier list? The problem you have in OCG is we have a lot more usable traps, and the Gaia deck, if you just have good traps, doesn't do anything, right? Like, if I have 3 copies of Shiny Shady, and you go, I make Conqueror of Champions, I'll go, okay, I'll flip your Conqueror of Champions face down. And then you just don't do anything for the rest of the turn. So, like, realistically, I think it would be in meme. It would probably be down here. Like, it just couldn't compete with the stronger decks. You can briefly listen and let the memories of trauma of the respective theme be the judge. I mean, potentially. Matarian is good. Little Gamba sometimes, but that's Rush. Even if they had access to the skill. Yeah, the skill doesn't do enough. Right, so the thing you have to remember is, when it comes to a lot of these, like, higher-end decks, like, if we talk about, like Elemental Hero, for example, we'll get up our Elemental Hero deck. We can kind of walk through it a little bit. Should we, like, move this over as well? That'd be easier. Where is it? Yeah, it's this one. Right. I move this over. So, we go to our hero deck. So this deck has so many ways to just plus and just do stuff, right? So, like, let's go for some test hands. We can just show what we're talking about. If we go to Rush, we go starting hand of 4. That's fine. So this hand is actually kind of a bad hand, but like let's just see where this goes. So we activate Graceful Charity. We'll draw 3. I realize this still is not super easy to see. I'll do this. There we go. That's kind of easier. And so we draw 3. We then have to discard some cards. This is actually a really bad hand because we are missing a lot of the tools that we'd really like to have. Unfortunately, having Pillage here doesn't do a lot for us. This unironically is a really bad hand. What do we even do with this hand, bro? We're going to be setting 3 back row. We want to get as many monsters on the field as possible, but we're probably going to get rid of these 2. So then here I would just set this. So like this isn't like a crazy big turn, but like already, what I could do is leave one of these cards in my hand and have Shiny Shady, which is just immediate interaction for up to 2 of our opponent's cards, and we can gain a lot of stuff. Unfortunately, getting Jest this early kind of sucks, and getting Miracle Fusion this early kind of sucks, because we got Pillage without Star, which kind of sucks. But already this board on its own is plenty enough to like combat Gaia, right? This on its own will just beat Gaia. If we just do another quick refresh and start Graceful Charity again. Stop giving me Graceful Charity. I don't want Graceful Charity right now. Alright, so we'll see where this tag goes. So we'll go Graceful Charity. We'll just discard probably both of We don't need that. Discard these. We'll go ahead and activate Star at the beginning. This mills 2, and then lets us grab a card back from the graveyard. I guess for here, we can just grab Avion. I don't think there's much point in grabbing anything else. So we don't have any trap cards, so this is obviously a lot weaker. I don't think it's necessarily worth summoning that, because it will just get punched over. So I would probably do something like this. So this, for example, this would lose to Gaia. But don't forget, we have more life points, so the Gaia wouldn't necessarily like OTK us from this point, but like we would still take a lot of damage. Have tons of great spells and traps. A lot of ways you can activate. The skill doesn't make a difference. Why don't you just move you to the top? No, we never move us. We never move us because then that messes everything up. Never move us. You got the Shiny Shady. It's a good hand. I mean, that last one was. But this is like... This is kind of a weak turn 1. But like the turn 2 would probably be where things pop off. So let's just see where turn 2 goes, right? Unfortunately, this is going to be exactly the same. We'll just get rid of the same shit. I don't think it matters too much. Activate this. Just grab that. So here, we'll go ahead and activate Jest. We're probably going to send these 3. We'll pop these. We'll activate Circulation, reveal this, send this, draw some cards, send another card to the graveyard. We have access to that, which is really good. So here, we probably just send you. We summon out Hero Boy, activate Hero Boy. This gets us 1 and 2. Send this to the graveyard. We summon out Avion, summon out Burstinatrix, activate Fusion. Obviously here, it would have been a lot nicer if we didn't have... if we left the back row, but we didn't know that we were going to find this board, right? So then we'll go ahead and activate Miracle Fusion. We'll go into this by using this, this, and this. Summon out the boy. Activate the effect. That's unfortunate, because there's nothing more we can do with that, is there? Oh, we could. So this is a bad play. I wouldn't do this normally, but we're just going to do this now for the sake of it. That's really funny, but I don't think that's what we're doing. So making Flame Wingman is also really nice, just because you have the option to fuse it off, basically, into Shining Flare, and Shining Flare is like a really good card to go into. So this is pretty simple. We go Elemental Circulation, target this, send Clayman to the grave, draw some cards. We want to use that, we want to use that, and we want to use that. So there's no way we get rid of Magic Cylinder in this hand, right? Double Miracle Fusion, though. Like, are we actually getting rid of Cylinder? No, we don't need to. We definitely don't need to. We just get rid of Sparkman. How many Sparkmen do we going to have in graveyard? We've got, what, 1 Sparkman, 2 Sparkman, 3 Sparkmen. We only have 1 Avion. That is where this choke holds us. So we just get rid of the Sparkman. So now we can go Hero Boy, activate Hero Boy. Hero Boy's effect will get us back this and this. Send this to the graveyard. We'll normal summon, activate the fusion. Here we once again probably still go into Flame Wingman. And we don't really need the attack boost, but I like having this because it means that we can make further fusion plays later on. We then go straight into this. We'll go 1, 2, 3. I need to remember what this guy's name is. Heliosphere. So now we can activate Heliosphere and draw a card. Since we draw a monster, we get to pop any card on the field. We pop this. So this is where shit gets fun. So now we can activate Miracle Fusion. And I'm going to make Shining Flare. We're going to do that by putting this and this back. Summon this out. Then we can summon this out to give everything a big boost. We can then set Magic Cylinder, go to battle. This will clear over this. And then burn our opponent for 24. Then we attack over this for 17, and then we just kill for 14. So like this is like, that is kind of how like an OCG game can go if like you know, if you just draw reasonably okay, right? Let's play on EDO Pro. I have to read my monsters. I mean, yeah. Miss Mutton support when? I mean, we kind of got some Miss Mutton support with the Animagica stuff. You can play Miss Mutton in that. It's not very good, but you can. Tomato just wants to play EDO. I mean, Rush is just really fun, right? It's just really fun. I'm playing more EDO casually. Duel Links is ass into the ban list. Oh wow, OCG is fast compared to Duel Links. Yeah, basically, it can be really, really fast. And a big part of that is why we have so many trap cards that we do. Like, this list only plays 3 traps because this is a very heavy combo deck, so you need to make sure you find all of the pieces as quickly as possible. So, like, but if you look at the side deck, we have, like, just a bunch of trap cards in here. This is the counter to Deep Draw. This is a really good counter to, like, OTK decks a lot of the time. So this is your opponent can only declare an attack once this turn. Then you can take control of one face-up level 9 or higher Magical Knight Fusion monster whose original attack is 3,000 on your opponent's field. They actually printed this card as a direct counter to Seven's Gears because that card was just actually disgusting. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, if your opponent bricks or just doesn't find any trap cards, you can get in a lot of damage with the Duel Links version of Gaia, right? But because of the just 2,000 more life points, you're a lot less likely to be able to OTK them. He's deck leaking? What's wrong with deck leaking? They're my decks anyway. But yeah, I think this is kind of where I like the tier list being. I don't think I would change anything in here. I think this is basically it. So with that being said, the last thing to do before we're going to play Capture Monsters is just kind of talk a little bit about Rush Rivals, because we do have the triumphant return of Rush Rivals this evening. We will be streaming this in about 6 hours' time, and we will see who can win Week 7 of Rush Rivals, which is going to be an interesting one. It's definitely going to be an interesting one. They didn't actually get any new cards this time, so this is just the same stuff they had last time. But this week's, like, quote-unquote challenge should be an interesting one for sure. Should be an interesting one. Are plants good? Unfortunately not. We have plants down here in meme. Plants suffer from a lack of really good support. They did get a wave of support recently, but it was very small. And it didn't give them enough tools to really compete with the current metagame, which is a little bit of a shame. They do have some cards that are quite good, but overall, they're just not strong enough. Send me the tier list so I can post it in the Discord. I mean, the probably best way to do it is just to literally screen grab it, because otherwise you get like their weird watermark on it. But again, I will say, this is just my subjective tier list, right? This is not... I don't expect other people to necessarily agree with this tier list. This is just the way that I see the meta right now. But yeah, I'll ping it over to you if you want. There you go. Alright, so with that all said and done, I think we're just gonna go straight over to early days now. I think now is just the time for capsules. So everyone that was here basically just for that was just here for the Rush Duel stuff. Obviously, thanks for hanging out. It's been absolutely great. Read the Royal Rebel section when you can. Why does the Royal Rebel section get like... Oh, Rush Rivals. Why does the Rush Rival section get like active when I'm when I'm streaming, when I'm busy? So I will say Whistling Bird, I think, is fine to not play this week. Because of the nature of this challenge, I don't think it matters too much. So it depends. Fundamentally, it comes up to Whistling Bird, right? But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when the time comes. But for now, we are going to be jumping in to Monster Capsule. It's Monster Capsule time. I really, really like this game. It's really old. This is like a really old Game Boy Color game that only came out in Japan, and we now have an English translation, like officially, I guess. But this is a really, really fun game that I've been really, really enjoying. We're slowly getting through it, because we're only playing not for very long every week. Even now, we're probably only going to be streaming for like another hour. But, we'll see how much progress we can make here. So first things first, we will go ahead and start playing people. Because we want to play everyone in this room at least once. But we do now have a brand new team, and our team is... What the hell, even got one guy? Our team is pretty nice, so we will go ahead and move. Then we'll pass on that. The first time I catch a Capsule Monster stream, I was always busy. Well, I really like Capsule Monsters. It's a very dated game. It obviously looks a bit weird, right? But so we have our current team. We have Dark Magician. Oh, that's not ideal. We just missed our first attack. We have Dark Magician, Gaia the Fierce Knight, Curse of Dragon, and our Pumpkin the King of Ghosts. Now, you might notice one of these things is not like the other, right? Pumpkin the King of Ghosts is not exactly a Yugi card, but these are the capsules that we have at the moment. So at the moment, we are... So the way this game is like structured is you have like a floor of the tower, and then after the floor of the tower, you get into like a Dungeons and Dragons style like adventure. Where there's like random encounters and stuff. So this is the area where like you grind up your monsters and like you fight against like various different people, like having a duel, I guess. And then when you get into the next bit, it becomes like an RPG sort of thing. So we will advance here and then pass, I think. Just going to move the Dark Magician up. Dark Magician is going to be our like our go-to for the most part because he's just really strong. So we'll hit him with a Dark Magic attack. So whenever we attack, we have a percentage chance to hit based on field power bonus, type advantage, and things like that. And we basically have to make sure that we roll a number that is lower than our chance to hit. So I have an 87% accuracy, so as long as I roll an 87 or less, we are good to go, and we can just attack. And Dark Magician is so strong in this game. So we're not in range, so we can't attack yet. So each turn, we can only move one unit, and then attack with that unit that we've moved. And that's basically, like, the gameplay loop here. I lost everything! That's right, you did. Terrible, terrible. Hey, you there. Let's battle. Summon your MCs. All right, I accept your challenge. Huh? You're Yugi? Maybe I shouldn't battle. I don't know if I can beat you. What's the matter? Lost your nerve? A real duelist wouldn't be afraid to battle. What did you just say? You think you're so tough? Fine. Let's have a handicap match on my best field. Do you still have the guts to face me? Heh. Anytime. Let the battle commence. Right, we're gonna have like a roleplay game against Bones. His field is actually a little bit scary. Alright, if we advance one, we should be fine. Okay, he does that. That should be fine. So we can move here, and then we can attack both of these at the same time. How you doing, Cyclone Valley? Absolutely just one-shot his Pumpkin King of Ghosts. He's going to use his Dragon Breath because I'm in range of his attack. Oh, and he crit us. That's going to do a lot of damage. Oh, only 6. Never mind. He's actually quite weak. So we'll hit him with Dark Magic attack. Absolutely destroy his zombies. That's what, Crass Clown or something? Zombie Clown? Is it Clown Zombie? Is that the name of, like, Bones' like, clown? Because there was, what, there was Armored Zombie, Dragon Zombie, and Clown Zombie? If my boss was here, I'd never have lost to the likes of you. Your boss? Hehehe, just remember, one day my boss will avenge me. Okay, that's interesting. Hello. Oh god.
Yugi, you wanna see my monster? A powerful monster that's all mine. Ka-ka-ka. Let's duel.
Alright, let's go. Are those 2 pieces of Exodia? I'm not really sure what Exodia does. Pretty sure it's called Francis. What is called Francis? What that guy I'm playing against. We get a field power bonus because we're in Yami. 69! Nice. L Arm of the Forbidden One. Okay. But, like, how do you summon Exodia in this? You can only have 4 guys out. The clown? You think the clown's called Francis? Jesus, this man has an old memory. Has old man memory. What do you mean? The context of the conversation has changed. Alright. So now we're going to go and challenge the boss. So this is where the game should become, like, very RPG-like. Who is this going to be? So last time we had... So the very first one was Mokuba, and then it was Weevil Underwood. So who's going to be next? It could be... I mean, Pegasus. It could be... Rex Raptor. It could be My Valentine. It could be... It's not going to be any of our friends, because we've already seen all of them. Who else did they duel? It could be Bandit Keith. Bandit Keith would be a good one, actually, because we did just fight against Bones. Is there anyone else we've missed? Or is that kind of all of, like, the Duelist Kingdom villains? I suppose it could also be a Season 0 character. I don't know who you are. Right, that's Tristan.
Hey Yugi, I knew you'd come. Can you hurry up and kick this dino dude's butt?
Oh, so this is Rex Raptor.
If you don't quit your yapping, my dinos are gonna devour ya. Rex Raptor. Heh, I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
I'm here for Tristan.
This duel doesn't mean anything to me. But rules are rules. I'll give it back if you win.
Yugi, don't let me down.
Don't worry, I'll put Rex Raptor back in his cage.
Heh, well, aren't you confident? There's no time to waste. Let the battle begin.
Here we go. Okay, this looks kind of tame.
Yugi, you are an adventurer in the monster world, and you and your monsters wander the land. There are 2 great nations on the vast Gypti continent. Gypti? Gypti? To the east is Eastland, and to the west is Westland.
Okay.
With their combined might, they were impervious to any threat. Their strength was as powerful as their guardian, 2-headed King Rex. However, rumors of their decline currently swirl. The adventurer has reached the guardian deity's temple.
Arg, in Eastland no water remains. We've had no rain for years. The people cannot work due to the drought. We're in great need of water. Can you spare some of your country's water?
You fool! Many have perished from dehydration in Westland as well. Aren't there oases in your country? It is you who should give us some water.
What's that? All our oases dried up long ago. You're the ones hiding the water. Give us some.
Say what? Our country lacks even a droplet of water. No, you give us the water.
No, you give us the water.
Give it to me.
Give it to me.
Enough. Remember this, East King.
You remember this, West King.
I don't think they get on.
Due to the drought, these 2 nations are quarreling. The problems the people suffer. This could lead to war. Fix the relations between the nations and save the people. That's the goal of this adventure.
Okay. Hello. This is the temple where the 2 nations' deity is enshrined. The guardian deity of Eastland and Westland, 2-headed King Rex. In the past, Westland and Eastland combined their strength to overcome problems. Now, due to drought, the alliance is strained. Two-headed King Rex, their dual deity, is surely lamenting. It's a statue of the two-headed King Rex. It looks sad. Yeah, me too, man. I guess we'll go this way. You should be cast for Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge, by the way. You're too good. I mean, we just do what we can. Is there no encounters going on? Okay, so we're back here. That's the stairs that we started at. No, nothing on the sign. Okay, so every 6 steps. So there wasn't encounter rate, but now there is. Okay, well, I'm not going back there then.
You've reached the western country of Westland.
Neat. This is Westland. Our traveler, would you bless me with a drop of water? I haven't drank in days. Good for you. There's a barrel here. Inside was an attack capsule. Yoink. The table has been wiped very clean.
Water! Give me water!
I ain't got anything for you, mate. What do you want from me? I'm just an adventurer.
It's been some time since the water last flowed from that waterway. Oh, just looking at it makes me thirsty.
True.
Due to the drought, everyone's drying up like prunes. Ugh.
That's a shame. That is a shame.
Rumor has it that the Easterners are hoarding water. Arr, those blasted Easterners. I need water too.
That sounds a little bit racist. You went from children's card game master to a diplomat. That's just how Yu-Gi-Oh! Rolls, man. Oh, well. We found a dead end. That's already not great. So you rush... I don't know. I don't know what Kim French is saying once again. How are they wiping the table clean without water? I mean, just get like a nice cloth, right? A little bit of spit, that'll get the job done. What's going on here? This is Westland Castle. I'll pop in, see what's going on here. Hello? Oh, there's the king. Who are you? Gipti Continent's 3 aqueducts, Westgate, Eastgate, and Northgate, far away to the northern wilderness. Not only have the water gates been damaged, but terrible monsters lurk in the area, preventing anyone from getting close. Okay, so I've got to open the gates, I guess. Which one was this one?
Arr, that detestable East King. He infuriates me. He must be taking a bath, laughing about us right now. But if nothing changes, our country will be destroyed. If we could open the 3 aqueducts, we could get water from the last oasis.
Isn't that a really bad video game that didn't do very well? What happened to Rush players? They are not fine. I don't know what you mean by that. A little bit of spit to clean a table. Never touch anything tomato has touched. Listen, right? It's the olden days, right? We have to make do with what we've got.
Eastland and neighbouring Westland are trying to find a solution to the drought. But they quarrel instead of coming up with solutions. What a mess.
That's a shame. Beyond here lies Westgate, one of the 3 water aqueducts. An earthquake created a fissure in the road so you can't pass. If we could make a bridge, we'd be able to cross. Okay. There is a large crack in the road. You cannot pass. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll move on. We'll move on. As always, nothing important from them. Alright, let's see what's going on up here. There is a shelf with various items on it.
My name is Barry. Because Eastland and Westland can't get along, I can't see my boyfriend, Billy. Oh, Billy.
That's a shame. Sir? With this state of affairs, surely Bomu's fireworks will be cancelled.
Every year I look forward to it.
There's a barrel here. Inside is full of gunpowder. Wait, what? There's a barrel here. Inside is full of gunpowder. There's a barrel here. Inside is full of gunpowder.
As you see, I'm the fireworks technician Babu, but now is not the time for fireworks. The only work these days is making bombs for road construction.
Okay, we just now have bombs in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's just a thing. Alright. So every 6 steps, we have to see if we get into an encounter. That's going to be a lot of encounters, I feel. There we go. Monster appeared. Alright. Alright. We're probably going to have a lot of fighting to do. Hello! What are you? Battle Guard. Level 7, 48 HP, 15 defense. And Urbi. A bit weaker. Because he attacks like that. He attacks like that. Okay, that's fine then. So Dark Magician should be able to easily deal with this. So all of these RPG areas are made by the DM, so basically all of this is just Rex projecting he wants to be a politician. Yeah. He's also made, like, his own boss monster, Twin-Headed King Rex, like the boss. Because, I mean, we already know Twin-Headed King Rex is going to be the final boss of this area. Dark Magician! Dark Magic Attack! Kapowie! Right, let's see what he does. Which direction is he going in? He's going to stay still. Okay. So we can advance here and then attack like this. We'll get a field power bonus because we're in the wasteland. Hit him for 54. Nice one shot. Nice one shot. At least we don't have to like spend a lot of time in these fights, right? We have got our team to be a little bit tough. No, another encounter. Okay, we might be able to just one-tap this whole fight. Right. We move here, and then we just attack. We'll get a field power bonus. Because we are in the wasteland. And we'll absolutely destroy these two. And then we continue on. Now, I assume if we just keep walking in this direction... Another encounter? Bruh. It's 40%. We got them 3 in a row. Okay, this is a little bit awkward because I can't attack both. They're like just slightly separated. So we'll go... Oh, there's a crit. That's another thing in this game. If you roll a 0 to 9, you get a crit. Oh, there's another crit. We're just double critting. We don't need these crits, but we'll just keep double critting. Alright, so this should be the next area. Don't get an encounter! Aha, you can't give me an encounter if I've left the map. You've reached the eastern country of Eastland.
Water, please give me even a single drop.
The table has been wiped very clean. This is Eastland. I'm so thirsty. You could move out of the way. I want to check this barrel. There's a barrel here. There's nothing inside. Man, the other barrel is way better.
Eastland is suffering due to a long drought.
I know. The table has been wiped very clean. There is a shelf with various items on it. Got a SPD capsule. I'll take that. Always take that. Give me another item. Damn, not allowed. What do we have here? Billy lives in this house. He knows how to build bridges. So do I just grab Billy? Billy, yo. There is a shelf with various items on it. My name is Billy. Because Eastland and Westland can't get along, I can't meet my girlfriend, Mary, who lives in Westland. I desperately want to see Mary. Okay. Just come. Just go see her. This is Eastland Castle. Let's take a quick peek in here, see what's going on. Very clean, but it was just clean. Maybe these liars have water. Maybe they both have water. Burn them all. Easy. Do you know about the last oasis? At the furthest edge of the northern wilderness is the only remaining water source. To draw water from an oasis, one must open 3 aqueducts, but terrifyingly monsters surround the area. Okay, I mean, that's everything we already need.
Gah, those blasted selfish Welshlanders make me fume with rage. They must be hoarding water. Regardless. What a mess. If this drought continues, our nation will perish. If only we could get water from the last oasis.
Yeah, if only. If only, mate. A shame. Is Rush dead for 2 months more? I mean, to be fair, Shelmy, we have just seen 2 tournaments happen with the new ban list, and Gaia didn't win either of them. So it kind of depends on your opinion, I guess, right? I heard a king has daily meetings with the Westland about water. They end up fighting and talks to nowhere. I wonder when we'll get to drink water again. Hello. This way leads to Eastgate, one of the 3 aqueducts, but a cliff collapsed due to the recent earthquake, and a boulder is now blocking the road. If we have a bomb, we could blow up the boulder. I'm going to assume it's going to be like a boulder immediately, yeah. What's that red thing over there? Alright. We'll head over, see what the red thing is, and then I guess we go back and talk to the bridge girlfriend. Stop flowing. That's all fine and dandy. Those Westlanders must surely be hoarding water. Grr. Do you think the new Galaxy skill will make the deck better? I don't think so. Like, there's a chance, right? But a red shrub grows along the road. It's this country's famed fire plant. That's going to be important. Why couldn't I just take it? Some other good news. Just built an insect deck, and I can actually run more of the insect cards that was limited. That's always a good thing. Always a good thing. A boulder! Someone summoned more than 5 times. Literally Nibiru. Maybe this was the origins of Nibiru, right? Maybe Nibiru is as old as this Game Boy Color game from the 90s. Okay, so now we just walk all the way back. No, not another monster encounter. He's just hiding in the corner. Okay. Let's send Cursor Dragon up. You're not in range of him yet. But no matter where you move... Bastard. You little shit. Stop following me! There we go. So now we can move this here, and then we get to use another mechanic. So because he's in range of several of my guys, we get to have like a group up a team attack, which gives us extra damage. This should do ridiculous. Yeah, 154. Truth is, the anti-series of cards are actually pretty decent. People are underestimating them, granted. They're basically a weaker version of Blue Eyes, but I'd rather be playing Insect rather than that. You know about the ants? I don't think the ants are like particularly strong. Another encounter. We just cannot roll higher than a 40. If they could all just stay still for 2 turns, I could absolutely destroy them. But something tells me they're going to move. Yeah, that is annoying, but it's fine. We can still kill 2 of them. Dark Magic Attack! Tomato, have you seen the JP Gaia Ant list? I have not. I have most certainly not. I mean, being on their own and not having a skill, 2500 is decent. The problem is, it depends what we're talking about. If we're talking about ants specifically, they only get a 2500 during your turn. If we're talking about Dynastorcus, yeah, that's fine. But Dynastorcus doesn't outlevel 9+, which is its major issue. This looks more like Bakura's tabletop RPG. It kind of is. So the main villain in this, the person who's like running this, is Kaiba, but he's possessed by the Millennium Ring. I believe is what we worked out before. And obviously, you know, the Millennium Ring was Bakura's whole shtick, right? Alright, so these are the 2 I need to talk to, right? So I found your boyfriend. My name is Mary. Because Eastland and Westland can't get along, I can't see my boyfriend, Billy. Oh, Billy. What Billy's bridge building technique is needed? That's it. Just wait a moment. Please deliver this letter to Billy. I think it will come in handy. Got Mary's letter. Thank you. Can I talk to you about exploding?
As you see, I'm the fireworks technician Bomu, but now is not the time for fireworks. The only work nowadays is road construction. What, you need me to blow up a boulder? It's blocking the road? But the king forbid us to travel to Eastland. Okay, fine. Leave it to me. Can't let everyone down. But there's one condition. I need you to bring me a fire plant to make a bomb.
There's room. Oh, we already know what that is, so we'll go get that. Just a lot of walking around at the moment. Another ridiculously high encounter rates. Come on, dodge it, dodge it, dodge it. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's why I sort of merged it with the other insect support, so we have the king beetle and the secondary boss monster. I mean, as long as it's working for you, right? That's what matters. 49. Oh, perfect. Not a single encounter. So much time save there. We're going for the any percent record. Billy! My name is Billy. Because Eastland and Westland can't get along, I can't meet my girlfriend Mary. I desperately want to see Mary. That is it. That is a letter. What Mary is asking me to help you. Okay, I got it. I'll cooperate with you for Mary. I need to check your table. There is a complicated diagram spread out on the table. That's not a clean table. Disgusting. Imagine Billy being the only person in this entire town that doesn't have a clean table. Forest basically ruins the effect of Ant Rebellion of the Rebellion. I mean, I guess you don't necessarily need Forest though, right? Like, Forest isn't doing a lot for you. Take the plant. Take it. Okay, we have the fire plant and we have Billy. So now we take them both back. Then what? We build a bridge and we make a bomb. Then we bring the bomb back here, I guess. Then we open the aqueducts. And then how do we get to the north one, though? Unless it's, like, just further up. Playing it for style points. I mean, that's the best option, really. Obviously, it's nice if something can be competitively viable, but, like, at the end of the day, if you're just having a good time, that's what, like, matters more than anything. Right, can we dodge some encounters again? Dodged one. Dodge two. Dodge three. Oh, dodge that one as well. Perfect. You've reached the western country of Westland.
It seems you brought a fire plant as promised. Alright, time to use this fire plant to make a bomb. Hold on for a bit.
Give me the bomb. Give me the bomb.
It's done. My special road construction bomb. Here we go. Guide me to where that boulder blocks the road.
It appears you have someone tagging along with you. Come back when you're alone. Oh, well, get fucked, I guess. Me and Billy are bros for life. Mary!
Billy, you came! But if the quarrel between our nations doesn't stop, all we can do is meet in secret like this.
Don't worry, Mary. Surely one day our nations will stop fighting, and we can be together forever. Just wait, Mary. Should we just go build this bridge? Like, can you just do that? You have the ability to just produce a bridge out of nothing. Oh, heck yeah. Alright, all we need to do is build a bridge. Leave it to me. Bro, just like fades to black. Bridge. It is done. We can cross to the other side. Okay, I'll be going. Goodbye, Billy. Thank you for bridge. If Possessed Kybit is hosting the game, why does Rex Raptor show in the dialogue window? So he is the one that has kidnapped all of our friends. He turned them all into dolls, and he set up this game. So he is the one forcing all of the DMs to DM, I guess. Or like he's paying them or something. But like he's the mastermind. Every 6 steps, we roll a dice. What's going on here? Nothing. What's up with this bridge? Is this bridge relevant? We've been dodging encounters like a boss so far. Capsule, 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 capsule. No, encounter. Weird new UI for Duel Links. No, this is the same UI it's always been. What are you talking about? Wait, who the heck is that? That's Megazowler. Who are you? Rogue Doll. And it has Spellbinding Circle. Interesting. Oh, we did not mean to do that. I can reverse time. We have the technology. Right. We'll stay here. We will attack. And we'll do this. That's the first time we've around time. All because of a misclick. Oh, Megazowler survived the hit. Jesus. Yu-Gi-Oh! Tactics, basically, yeah. We'll just blast everything again. Dark Magic Attack. Main problem most decks that they can't be destroyed by traps, but other traps are completely fine. Welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh! Tactics. It's a level 6 with 2000 attack. It could probably take a hit. Yeah, from the Dark Magician? No way. I got it. So the moral of the story is don't beat the rich kid in a card game or he'll kidnap your friends, turn them into dolls. Like that guy in JoJo Part 3, force you to play a game, which I presume is Deadly Consequences. I'm trying to think who... JoJo Part 3. So that's Jotaro. Who turns people into dolls? Is that when Joseph gets turned into a doll with Abdul? It's been so long since I've seen Part 3. Okay. A monster appeared. Uh-oh. Terence Darby. He's the dude that did games, and if you lost, you were turned into a poker chip. Oh, is that the guy who, they play, like, the video game? And they have to, like, button mash? Isn't that also the guy who does the whole, like, you can't lie to him or something? And he's like, am I going to kill you? Yes, 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 yes. That's his younger brother, but close. I see, I see, I see. It's been so long since I've seen Part 3. I'm going entirely off memory. Right, we'll just attack again with Ectoplasm. That should kill Sword Arm Dragon. By the way, I did not know that the Galaxy Maxim had the ability to rip space and time. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He's just always done that. Do the fields matter? Yes, they do. So each of these tiles is a different like type of field, and if you're on a tile that matches your type bonus, you get a field power bonus.
A monster appeared.
Here we go. Got a couple of dinos, Sword Arm Dragon and Megazowler. Get him, Pumpkin. What's this game called? So this is Capsule Monsters, and this is on the Early Days collection in Yu-Gi-Oh! One take the turn, people into dolls, Gambler turns you into poker chips. I see. So we'll move Gaia up. We'll have Gaia attack. Gaia Fierce Attacks! Spiral Spear! That's right, guys. Even in Capsule Monsters, we're still in Gaia the Fierce Knight meta. That's just the world we live in. This is a Gaia world. Can we try Dungeon Dice Monsters? So the plan is we will be playing Dungeon Dice Monsters at some point, like after we finish this game. Okay, we've opened the aqueduct, and nothing seems to have happened.
A monster appeared.
You're literally just gonna put one guy and have him hide up there. Okay. Come down here, you little shit. Get him with an ectoplasm. Gaia BLS, extra deck ritual BLS. Soon, soon, soon. Gaia Gaming real. I guess we'll just attack again. Rituals do actually exist now. Yeah, we were going over all the ritual stuff earlier. You missed it, King John. What a camper. I know, just hiding in the corner. So dirty. Thank you for the follow, Mini Beaver. What's going on over here? This way. Another monster account. The issue is, like, because of the way the random encounters work, it almost makes me not want to explore, but like, I'm playing an RPG, I want to explore, you know? Season 0 vibes? Yeah, a lot of the characters from this are straight out of Season 0. So we can move him up. Now, because Dark Magician and Cursor Dragon are both in range, I can get like a double bonus attack. 100% accuracy. 93. Get destroyed. Let's see what Sword Arm Dragon does. He's just going to sit still. Okay. So move up and attack with the Dark Magician. 97. Uh-oh. Hitting ourselves is obviously not a good thing. And he gets a field power bonus. He didn't crit us. Alright, how much health is Dark Magician on? Because I really can't afford to lose him. He's on 27. Alright. We're going to attack with Ectoplasm because he'll get a field power bonus, which means there's a higher chance that he gets a kill. Just don't crit, just don't crit, just don't crit, just don't crit. Okay. Should live that. Yeah, okay. So basically, in this game, for anyone that doesn't obviously know, it's permadeath. If you lose a capsule, it's gone forever. So losing a guy is something we really don't want to happen, especially not my best unit Dark Magician. A monster appeared. And Mokuba is the capsule. So Mokuba was actually the very first opponent we faced, like the first Dungeon Master, which I actually thought was a bit weird, because like, why wouldn't you have Mokuba be the best champion, the strongest one? Why is Weevil and Rex like higher ranked than Mokuba in this game? I hope the next Capsule Monster event will give Mokuba a Thunder Dragon skill that offers Colossus, but banishing 3 copies of the same Thunder Dragon monsters face down. You know, to be fair. I mean, it would only be fair, right? Just let that happen. I think that'd be fine. Okay. Dark Magic Attack. Yeah, fucked Megazowler. Pussy. Right, we got P capsules down there. I came all this way. There's nothing here except I got to see that there's a P capsule on the other side, and I have to walk all the way around there instead. So we can move up here and attack with Cursor Dragon. My turn. Just Monster Reborn it? I mean, I wish.
Oh, my Cursor Dragon.
So now if I move Cursor Dragon back, now Dark Magician's in range, so we both get a team-up attack. Let's see what Megazowler decides to do. Oh lord, he coming. Now I'll attack you with my Dark Magic Attack and a crit. So that should just be a very, very dead Megazowler. 92 damage. Classic old school game level design. Never change. Never change though. We like it like this. Only one card can return face-down banished cards to the deck. Paleoleoncolia. Is that really the... Wait. One card return face-down banished cards to the deck. I suppose, yeah. I'm trying to think. I didn't even know that card existed, to be honest. Like, whenever I think of, like, face-down banish, I always think of that as just, like, they're just gone forever. I love watching Pokemon. I think the thing is, this game is like when you're walking around doing like the RPG stuff, I can kind of get how it's like a little bit Pokemon reminiscent, but like if anything, this is more like Fire Emblem or something, right? Because we got like the tactical gameplay. Because I mean, this game's original name was Capsule Monster Chess, right? In the manga and the Season 0. Are we coming? What will you do if I kite you, though? I could just keep moving back and shooting you with my ectoplasm. Another low number. Okay. We will advance, and we're not in range to hit anything at the moment. So he does. He moves down. So now we can attack here. If he survives this attack, which he should do. Or maybe he won't. Okay, he's just dead. That suits me just fine. He's running away. Now, it could also be Pokemon Conquest. I never actually played Pokemon Conquest. I've seen it, but I never played it. Can't Cyframe Omega return a face-down banished card to the graveyard? I have no idea, personally. I've never actually played with Cyframe Omega. Actually, I haven't really played with any of the Cyframes at all, except for the hand trap one. I need to go and get that capsule because I know it's there. I can't, like, ignore it. Ectoplasm, go! That almost... the one that saw a lot of play. The one that isn't seen, like, just in that one deck. I forget what it's called. You know, the good one. The one that negates monster effects. Right, we'll just attack with Dark Magician. Remember when Omega was at 3? I remember my opponent looping away every single card in my hand on the first turn. That sounds like fun. Gamma. Okay, yeah, Gamma. Gamma's the one that I've seen. Or played. I just remember it as like the hand trap that negates other hand traps. HP Capsule! Just keep dodging. Just keep dodging. Oh, can't go this way. There was 44! But it was a 40%. I'm calling bullshit. We actually don't need to move at all, do we? We can just attack from here. Ectoplasm, go! 44. Moves down, okay. I guess we'll just advance Gaia up. Gaia doesn't get to do much very often because his attack range is very weird. Get fucked. Runs away, okay. He's just hiding in the corner. You fool. You absolute bungus. You thought you could hide from me? Ectoplasm. Alright. Dark Magician gained a level. Gaia gained a level. Pumpkin gained a level. Curse the Dragon did not gain a level. Oh, wrong way.
A monster appeared.
Well, we will continue to just advance Pumpkin up. Ectoplasm, go! Damn this. This game would be so cool if a modern remake with 3D models and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I would love that personally. This is like my jam, right? Plus, if this gets online as well, it could also be really fun. Because this does have verses, but, you know, as in the Game Boy Color game had verses. So there is a button on here where I can try and play with another player, and then it will say, like, this feature doesn't work because it's not in this game. But they could add it in the future, right? Reach the Western Wilderness. Just no encounters. Let me dodge all encounters. No, not just immediate encounter. Oh, we got Snake and Rogue Doll, was that? Go, Pumpkin! There is wasteland almost everywhere on this field, and Pumpkin has to stand in a spot that doesn't have wasteland in order to get his attack off. There's nothing there. Okay. So I think we have explored absolutely everything. Right, we'll move him up here. No, we won't. Well, I can't get an attack this turn. So instead, we'll move him and attack with Cursed Dragon. Be Seth on fire, bitch. I can't believe Konami released a game that promised online versus mode, but then only implemented the feature for just one title. Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, really, in any way, shape, or form. But one thing I will say is that there was that, like, data mine that Brad found or whatever, which was, that more games are going to get online. The issue is this wasn't one of those games, so I just kind of hope that more happens. I almost feel like they did it as, like, a really cheap way of being like, we're quite willing to put online in all these games. It does require a lot more work from us, so we don't want to do it unless the game sells well, and then we'll add more online. It's kind of like how it feels. Which is like a self-fulfilling prophecy though, right? Because people are like, well, if it doesn't have the online, I don't want to buy the game. No, the Dark Magician's just going to go ahead and kill 2 of these. Moves down. Are you in range at the moment? You are. Dark Magician can't get into range, so I guess you just have to attack with this. Ectoplasm. We're still alive, barely. He moves over to the side for no reason whatsoever. So now we'll move down here and get him with a super powered attack. Well, that's unfortunate. Hard whiff. And then he whiffs on me. He's having a great little fight here. Get him, Gaia. Easy clap. Only reason I would want this collection is because of this game, but I'm going to wait for the price to go down. Yeah, if this game wasn't in this collection, I would not have bought it. But I will say that I am quite looking forward to playing Sacred Cards, Rare Chef of Destruction, Dungeon Dice Monsters, a couple of other ones. Like, for the most part, like, the Duel Monsters, like, 1 through 6, I don't care. I do not give a shit about any of those games. Alright, we'll do this. I think getting him in range is going to be the best option we have. But I said originally, I was like, if they put this game in the collection, it's a day 1 purchase for me. And then they put it in, and I was like, heck yeah. But, like, one of the data mined games that they were saying you could play online is Dungeon Dice Monsters. So, like, Dungeon Dice Monsters has a really weird problem where the campaign is really easy. It's too easy. Like, it's like mind-numbingly easy. But if you could play Dungeon Dice Monsters online, I could have so much fun with that, right? Suddenly there could be, like, a Dungeon Dice Monsters meta, right? There could be actual comprehensive strategies of, like, trying to outplay each other and shit. And that could be, like, so much fun. Rare Chef is difficult. Yeah, Rare Chef is pretty cool. I've played it before. I did finish it once before, so, like, I kind of know what I'm getting into. Basically, the plan is to do, like, a little bit of pre-grinding before I actually do it on stream, so that people don't just have to sit there and watch me grind for ages. Because no matter how you play that game, you basically are doing some sort of grinding. That's not good. Right, we're just going to attack again. We're just going to assume there's not a second fumble coming our way. Okay, he's dead. That's good. Oh, we can get 2 Santa and Duel Links. Yeah, I already got my second Santa. It's not, you know, a super exciting thing in my opinion. Like, Santa Mill is like, it's like a cool idea on paper. It's not something I actually want to play or play against. Oh, let's just leave. I don't want to keep exploring. I just want to leave. Right, Yugi's not in range yet. Yugi's not in range. Fucking Dark Magician's not in range.
Dark magic attack.
Right, 1 down. Now, as long as he doesn't move away, yeah, we're fine then. Now, is it really sad that Konami will probably never try something else with Yu-Gi-Oh! Franchise after failing Cross Duels? Imagine we had Dungeon Dice Monsters Master Duel-like game with evolving meta and new dice and exclusives. That would be amazing. That would be actually... That would be peak, right? Because that's the thing. A lot of the weird stuff in Yu-Gi-Oh! Ends up being like super cool, right? Like the first like weird Yu-Gi-Oh! Game mode type thing. Oh. I don't know what that means. My attack power is lowered by 30%. Can I still just kill you? But yeah, it was like the Paradox like Labyrinth duel from the anime. I was like, that was just so cool. Like, I absolutely adored that. I don't know if that's stacking. I guess we'll just start using other guys. And I was like, I want to do that. I want to play that. And then, you know, Dungeon Dice Monsters is a big obvious one. That became its own spin-off game that didn't end up doing that well. Capsule Monsters became several video games, but we didn't get most of them in, you know, outside of Japan. We only got the PlayStation 2 game, which in my opinion is probably one of the worst ones. I actually think the coolest one is probably the Game Boy, not the Game Boy, the PS1 Capsule Monster game, where like it's kind of like Monster Rancher, where like you kind of level up your guys. But that being said, like then there was the other weird stuff as well, right? Like tag duels. There was never like official tag duel rules for the longest time. There was like the battle tower that they play in to work out who's playing against who in the Battle City finals. Like stuff like that. I love all of that stuff. Like it's all just so creative and so interesting. It just mixes up the formula. Me personally, I would love to see if Konami added something like a Path of Champions, a Master or something like Inscription, mate. Inscription is such a good game as well. I absolutely love Inscription. For me, Inscription was Game of the Year when it came out. Basically a roguelike with Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Speed duels would be great for that, to be honest. Yeah, I think that'd be a really sick idea. I would absolutely love that. It's funny things that I use an emulator to play and finish the sacred cards. Not knowing the Reveal of the Other Days collection at the same time. I mean, Sacred Cards is a weird one, though. Sacred Cards is like... Sacred Cards and Reshef are both really strange games, because they're both kind of bad for opposite reasons. Sacred Cards is too easy. You can, like, walk through that game blindfolded, and it is, like, the easiest game in the world. And Reshef is, like, ball-bustingly hard, right? And it's weird that they have such contrasting, like, flaws. Because, again, both games are still cool. Like, I still like them both. But they are drastically different, despite being, like, basically the same game. Right, Curse of Dragon's going to just kill this, hopefully. Yeah. One benefit we do have is our team is strong enough that we can just basically one-shot everything, so we don't have to, like, spend several turns trying to, like, hunt down everything and kill it all. We can just kind of get in and murk it, for the most part. You've reached the eastern country of Westland. That's not right. Billy, are you just fine now, Billy? Are you just gonna chill? No, he's just back to his old dialogue. Okay. Sacred Cards is a tutorial. Reshef is the real game. I mean, kind of. Oh! We didn't go and get... We didn't grab, the fat guy. We didn't grab him. Oh, we gotta go back. Alright, we'll just avoid all encounters. Easy peasy, right? Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Reshef, if the Dark Souls of Yu-Gi-Oh! Reshef is like... So, right. I guess Yu-Gi-Oh! Games are never, like, really hard. The way that Yu-Gi-Oh! Games are hard is the sense that if you don't grind, you can't beat them. Or, you have to just RNG your way through it. And I think Reshef and Forbidden Memories have a lot of the same thing in common. Except I would say Forbidden Memories is potentially worse because you have to win 6 games back to back to back to back to back in order to like finish that game. Just want another game like Yu-Gi-Oh! Falsebound Kingdom. I love that game. That is actually one of the few Yu-Gi-Oh! Games I've never actually played. One of my friends is like massively into it. He adores that game, but I have just never played it myself. I was always a Duelist of the Roses guy. I love Duelist of the Roses. Are you just in range? Yeah, you are. We'll just slap you. Get slapped. Take that, Urubi. Scrub. Love that one. Just more monsters and more possibilities. I remember the big criticism I've heard about Falsebound is the it just takes too long, right? Like everything you do, everything just like units moving around the map, like the fights, just everything just takes too much time. But other than that, like for the most part, everything I've heard is positive. But you've moved into my... Oh, you haven't moved into my range. Can we just leave you where you are then? Maybe we use you. Right, we'll do this. And a crit. Should be dead. Another encounter. I love the Yu-Gi-Oh! Games that don't play the card game. Cross Duels was the most fun I had. Cross Duels had an issue with it though. So I don't know how like deep into Cross Duels you got, but I played it quite competitively. And the issue was everyone would decide who the weak link is very early on, and then they would just teabag that one guy, right? So if the whole team just decided they were gonna dick you, there was not really much you could do. You could like stave it off a little bit, but realistically you do not have the resources to stop 3 people from ganging up on you and killing you. So like, that was always my issue with Cross Duel. But I thought like the raid duels and stuff, that was all hilariously fun. I really, really liked doing like the Riser raid duels and all of those. I thought the raid duels were great. Reshef was probably where Konami had the idea for the raid duels, considering the final boss has like 40k life points. I mean, probably, yeah. Now you can get past, be on the road, be on my way. Goodbye, my friend. I hope we maybe get it in early game collection too, lol, when we need a tomato playthrough. I mean, I think they will probably do another one, but it'll be like probably like PS1 and PS2 games. And like maybe they'll put like Falsebound in it, because like, where else would you put it? That and the fact that Cross Duels was not on Steam, and the monetization to some extent killed the game. Yes. I mean, the biggest thing for me when it came to Cross Duel was I had to play it on a mobile emulator, because my current mobile phone, or the mobile phone I had at the time, was not powerful enough to run it. Which was fine, but it did mean it's not a smooth experience playing on emulator, let's put it that way. Megazaura. Oh, you're approaching... Oh. We keep, like, doing that. We need to stop, like, muscle memorying that in. There we go. Absolutely destroy this Megazaura. $91, good. 6, no. I'm on the wrong side as well. Okay. We got Big Insect and Rogue Doll. So I should be able to do this, and then hopefully just one-shot both because we have a field power bonus. Nice. Good job, Pumpkin. Okay, we need to get to the other side of this waterway. 17. Megazala hiding in the corner. Okay. How courageous of you. Now you taste my curse of dragon's flames. Yeah, I really miss Crossdale, man. I really like that game. Like, don't get me wrong, it had, like, a lot of issues, right? It was not, like, a perfect game by any stretch, but, I mean, what game is? But, like, I just really liked what I played of it. Like, the raid duels, for me, were, like, top tier. I absolutely liked them. I liked, like, the PvE grinding stuff. I deliberately went out of my way to play Dragius in that game as well. I was playing, like, a multi-attack deck. And it's like, it wasn't like a top tier competitive deck, but like I could make it work, right? The issue was, once again, you had the issue in competitive, like the competitive ranked version of the game, was people would pick one guy and then bully them out of the game. That was like the strat. And that's all well and good, except if you're suddenly playing something that's off meta, you'll now have a big ass target on you to get absolutely bullied. So like if you queue into a game and it was like blue eyes, blue eyes, blue eyes, and then like you're playing multi-strike dragon Dragius, like guess who gets singled out? Guess who gets bullied? Love when I don't touch my phone for 5 seconds. In Cross Duel, it sent me to the title screen and bot control my player. Yeah, it's like I said, it's not perfect by any stretch. What do I want to attack this with? I think we'll probably use you. Really be here driving dinos towards extinction? I mean, that's the plan. We're going to get rid of all of them. $92, that's what we like to see. 76, that's what we like to see. Capsule. 81. An attack capsule. Not a 1! Alright, it's just an Urubi. Come here, Raptor. Dark magic attack, bitch. Kazapi. You've reached the East Gate. Every 5 steps for a 45% chance. So it's got a 5% increased chance. Alright. So we do this. Open the aqueduct. What do we do with that now that it's open? Look. Monster appeared. I tried to play Gaia deck in Cross Tour 2. It was fun using the speed skill to try and end a player's life points in one single turn. Well, if you do that, though, the game just ends, right? So, like, if you're able to do that, that sounds like it's probably worth. That's not ideal. Don't you horn charge me? Are you in my range if I do this? No, you're not. Okay, this is fine then. We'll do this. We get a fill power bonus, and we'll drag Megazala over to us, and then we can start killing him with everyone else. Gaia moves over here. You're in range of Gaia. A monster has appeared. Okay, we might be able to end this in one turn. Depends on how much damage Dark Magician does. At least in Pokemon as well, you can run from encounters. As far as I'm aware, there's no way to escape from these. Right, how do we get to the higher areas? Like, do I do it from here? Or am I have to go somewhere else now? Right, let's see what Sword Arm Dragon does. He's just going to sit in the corner. We'll move over here. We'll start bullying him from the other side of the map. Unfortunately, we missed. Oh, he coming. Ectoplasm, go! Where are you going? Not getting away. Ectoplasm! We cannot hit with Pumpkin though. His agility is too low, he keeps missing. And he gets a field power bonus. He rolled a 99, he's gonna kill himself! Nice. Alright. 33. Just the one guy. Get him with an ectoplasm. Actually hits. And does kill him one shot. Nice. Looks like Sword Arm Dragon are the pain in the ass ones. I've got exactly on 45 as well. Right, let's just double check and make sure we're not missing stuff. Right. We will probably just attack from here again. I think just getting rid of the Sword Arm Dragon. Oh, why are we fumbling, bro? 26 damage on himself. That's not ideal. Oh lord, he coming. Okay, we will, I guess, just go for the Dark Magic attack here. And we get a crit. We'll take that. And he's just gonna sit there. Okay, you're in my range. You know you're in my range. But that's fine. We'll just blast you. Right, now we have to go round this aqueduct, and then hopefully this path will just take us where we want to go. It looks like it will. Nope, it will not. Okay, so with that in mind, I don't know where I'm going now. We've opened both the aqueducts. But we need to get to the northern bit. I guess we'll go and talk to the kings. And just tell them, like, we opened your aqueduct, nothing came through. Right, we'll just go straight in with the pumpkin here. 38. 58 damage, nice little one shot. See what he does. Come down. There we go, there's a good boy. So now we can kill this with our Dark Magic attack. Five! That's not fair. Another two enemies. And we get to go first. So we will just blast you. Should one shot. And then it will just come down to what this Megazord is doing. If he comes forward, we'll have a much quicker time. Okay, he's coming forward. Get him, Pumpkin. Right, come on. We want some nice high rolls. That's not a high roll. Hello, Hikari. Welcome back. You can use our Zuijo emote now, Hikari. Aren't you excited? Ah, 99! Come on! Stop fumbling! The RNG has not been kind to us. Right, Sword Arm Dragon's going to attack. We should be fine, right? Pumpkin? Yeah, Pumpkin is a fucking unit. He does not care. Hit him with another Ectoplasm. Let me get a crit. That makes up for the fumble, I guess. 112! Okay. $99, that's what we like to see. 18, no! Right, we're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. Slowly but surely. We will eviscerate the dinosaurs. Some people say it was like a meteor that ended the dinosaurs. Really, I think it was the Dark Magician. The Dark Magician is what actually made the dinosaurs go extinct. Now we'll get a team-up attack and a field power bonus. Sick combo. Let's check this quick. Right. Should be in a different roll zone now, so it should be a 5% less chance for encounters. 90, that's what we like to see. 19, no. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of guys as well. Right. As long as we kill in one hit. I'll tell you what, let's have a quick route, because this could make the fight drag on. So we're gonna redo that one roll. Don't worry about it. So it's a little bit of cheating, but it's to save time. We know we're not gonna die in this fight. Alright. That's a nice kill on that. And then we'll see what he does with his Mega Zowler. Just advances. Okay, that's fine. So move over here. We'll just give him a quick Ectoplasm in the face. See how he likes that. Did you know there's a fan game Inscription PvP game? It's like EDO Pro. It's on itch.io. It's like Act 2 of Inscription, but the cards have been balanced. And that sounds cool. I didn't know that was a thing. I know there's a mod that turns Act 1 of Inscription into a roguelike. That's pretty much all I know. It's like an endless roguelike or something. I've heard that's pretty cool, but I haven't seen Act 2 turned into PvP. 6, no! Oh, what the fuck is that? Why you got 4 Mega Zowlers just rock up? It's not a mod, it's an official mode. Oh, is it, I thought it was a workshop thing, but is it like an official workshop thing? Workshop to me usually is just where mods go. Yeah, Casey's mod, that's what I've heard of. Right, we'll advance to here. Then we'll just start blasting. Oh lordy, coming. Well, it's Ectoplasm U with full power bonus. Casey's mod is official. It's in the game by default. You can unlock it with a code by beating the game once. I see. I don't think that was out, because I played it pretty much on release. I don't think it was out then. Also, if it's called Casey's mod, right, why wouldn't we think it's a mod? You can understand where the confusion has come, right? Now I get like the whole, because of the way Inscription is, like when you like get behind the story and everything, it kind of makes sense, but still. Alright, Dark Magician's gonna absolutely bully this insect. Alright. No, don't trap me. 55, that's good. 37, no!
I'm in one tile away! Why do you do this to me, Rex?
Alright, so we move up one, and then we just casually one-shot all three, right? With a field power bonus. Come on, Pumpkin, you got this. Kill them all. Excellent, the one turn. Alright. So now we just have to hope that talking to the kings gives us some sort of direction.
What? Are you telling me that the east gate is open, but if the north gate next to the water source remains closed, the water won't flow to Eastland?
Okay. You can reach the Northern Wilderness's north gate via the deity temple at the border. Okay, so we go back to the statue of King Rex, I guess. If you haven't played it yet, maybe you could stream it. It's cool. It has some surprises. There's a new boss you can unlock. Maybe I haven't played the game in ages. As in, you know, just, you know, the vanilla game. I kind of want to do another playthrough at some point. Part of me is like, I could like save it for like a Halloween thing. But Halloween's like quite far away. And it's not really a spooky game, but you know, it's kind of got that vibe. Dragon Flame. Edge. Moves down. Attack with Cursed Dragon. Just play the roguelike mode. The story only goes downwards anyway after part 1. I really like the story, like the whole thing. Don't get me wrong, the first part of the game is the best part of the game, but like I still liked all of the acts. Why do I have to fight a monster here, man? I'm at the shrine. The story is good. I mean, like the story mode gameplay. I like the... Don't get me wrong. I agree that the first part is the best bit. It's the best characters. It's the best artwork. It's the best gameplay. But like, I still like the rest of it. Hey, according to the legend, the deity lives in the north, lives in the ruins in the northern wilderness. With the wish that the guardian deity would always watch over the country, an underground passage was built from this temple to the northern wilderness. This way you can reach Northgate in the northern wilderness. Okay. No encounters? No encounters? Just no dice roll at all? Okay, I'm chuffed with this. Have I crossed the bridge and I shouldn't have? No, we're fine. Okay, so this looks like the last area. You've reached the northern wilderness. Beyond here lies Northgate every 6 steps for a 40% chance. Okay. No, why did it have to be exactly 40? Okay. Okay, we have... Is that Brain Jacker? I forget what his name is. It's Head Sucker. Of course it's Head Sucker. What was I thinking? We'll hit him with a Dark Magic attack. Act 3 is really cool bosses. Yeah, that's what I think as well. Very good game. I played it a lot before. I played it once. Me and my friend were actually going to have like a speed run race playing it, going like off of memory. Because at the time, I felt like I could do it very quickly. Like, I think I was like, I could probably do this in like 3 or 4 hours. Because again, I got really into it when I did play it. Are we crossing this bridge? Maybe, I don't know. Are we supposed to cross the bridge? We have lots of guys. Not really in range of anything here. We'll just let Pumpkin chill for now. We'll see what he does. Okay, so now I should be able to attack both of you at the same time with a field power bonus. And it's a super crit. Bam, 228! Disgusting amounts of damage. Let's see what Megazawa does. Is he coming over? Hello, Megazawa. He gets the field power bonus himself because he's also in Wasteland. He's a dinosaur. An attack with our ectoplasm. And that should kill. Now the question is, which side of the bridge are we going? I want to go on the other side of this bridge. I don't know if it's going to be correct or not, but like, something's just telling me this side of the bridge is going to be better. Dark magic attack. And a crit. That's always nice. Just don't run away. Okay, that's fine. I should be able to one-shot you here. The only thing I didn't like about Inscription was that the game is not randomized. You can actually quit mid-duel, reload, redo the encounter, and you'll draw the same cards. Oh, that's a bit of a shame. I personally never knew that, so... A monster appeared. We should be able to end this in one turn if we don't get unlucky. Ectoplasm, go! 1, 2, 3. Up, up, up. This is Rex's Ruins, where the guardian deity sleeps since olden times. The North Gate will be inside this ruin. However, those who disturb Rex's slumber will incur the wrath of the deity and be struck down instantly. What does that mean? You've reached Rex's Ruins. Every 6 steps, roll a dice for a 40% chance of encounter. Really? You're going to do 40% all the way through here? I mean... I don't, like, mind... Oh, hello. We've got zombies. I don't mind there being lots of encounters, but, like... There are so many here. Like, actual ridiculous amount of encounters. Skull Servant. He crit me! Yeah, you know that Skull Servant. You know that Skull Servant. Good old Skull S. Gaia the Fierce Knight versus Skull Servant. Who would win? I think this is Armored Zombie. Yeah, a zombie. Armored Zombie. Oh, bro, there's like hidden capsules and stuff. But the encounter rate is so high. Oh. Alright. Move over here, attack the dragon. Kill the dragon. Attack with our dark magic attack. Alright, what's going on? We're going up, we're going down, we're going left, we're going right. We have so many directions to go. There's nothing up here. That means I don't have to worry about that. So we just go straight across. We've done pretty good to avoid encounters this whole time. There's some stairs going down. There's another encounter. Okay, we will send Dark Magician up. Because either way, Cursed Dragon can only attack one anyway, and they'd have to move in a very specific pattern in order for him to get a second attack anyway. Okay. I can do this, which gets me 2 attacks. Let's see what this Skull Servant does. I assume he's just going to move directly above me and attack. Oh, he can attack me from there, okay. Either way, I'm not expecting this to do a ton of damage. Or just do 0 damage, that also works. Alright, so we should just go up here, round and down. There's another encounter. And then into those stairs. Oh, how big is this place going to be is the next question. There might be a lot of area for us to traverse. Oh, he coming. I don't really care about him. I think I'd rather get this one in the corner. The Cursed Dragon can just finish him off. You've come within Gaia's range, you fool. Alright, let's see if we can make it to these stairs. Be kind to me, dice. Yes. Alright, perfect. Now where are we? We're like underground? I think. Alright, well now we have to choose out left and right, and I have no idea which way is going to actually take me to the water gate. Alright, he's coming down. He's now in range, so we just blast him with ectoplasm. Taste my ectoplasm. Right, let's go this way. Oh, okay, didn't matter. Good. Stairs there. Alright, Dragon Flame. Blast him with what? Taste your what? Ectoplasm. You never heard of ectoplasm, Manicus? Come on, bro. I'm wondering, because there should be one more Dark Master after this, and I'm wondering how, like, grindy that's gonna get. Alright, what's here? Where am I now? Speed capsule, okay, okay. We just dodged an encounter. We timed it perfectly as we went up the stairs and it just like cancelled the encounter. Alright. It's just a couple of skull servants, nothing to worry about. So we'll just blast them with flame. It'd be really helpful if you could just walk down one tile. Thank you so much. You're making life so much easier for me. Alright, we'll just blast them. Then we should get another capsule over this way. Because it's not a huge detour. So, like, I'm quite happy to just go and grab it. HP capsule. I mean, that could be pretty big. I don't know if I should just dump all my capsules onto Dark Magician, because he's kind of carrying the whole run at the moment.
A monster appeared.
Taste Dragon Flame. Right, you know the drill. Just come down one tile. There we go. There's a good boy. Hit him with more Dragon Flame. And it's a crit. He comes down. Then we can move Pumpkin over once. We're in range of him from here. 57. That'll take him out. And then we see about going up. Where is this going to take me? Three big baddies. Okay. Well, once again, this does look like a Curse of Dragon angle. So we will just move up. Get him with a frontal cone. Right, what's Dragon Zombie doing? Is he just coming straight down? No, he's going to hide in the corner. Okay, well, I'm coming to you then. Dragon Zombie versus Living Dragon. Living Dragon wins. Right, what is up here? What is over here? Nothing. Alright, we got a bunch of zombos around. That's completely fine. We should just be able to start AoEing the crap out of these guys. That should be 2 down immediately. I would almost rather Clown just came over. If Clown walks over, that's probably going to make my life a little bit easier. No, of course he's not. So instead, we will start advancing Dark Magician towards Clown. Now, as long as Clown... and of course we're going to fumble. As long as Clown doesn't move into the corner, we should be fine either way. Uh-oh. How much damage is this going to do? 11. Okay, that should be fine. As long as Dark Magician doesn't fumble again. Down 34. Alright, just don't fumble. Just don't fumble. There we go, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I really don't want to lose Dark Magician. Like, that would suck so much. Now, is this guy going to be mirrored, or is there actually going to be something this side? Because if I walk all the way up here, and there's nothing, it's like, ugh. Alright, we'll move up. I'm going to attack like this, because then I can clear 2 of them out quicker. 69. Nice. I'm in range to be attacked here, so he might just stand there and hit me. I'm just going to bring him over instead, okay? And now I can hit both of you. Nice. Alright, please be something here. Don't be another dead end. Okay. It's something. It's a something.
The soft snoring of a giant creature can be heard through the wall. A huge, two-headed King Rex slumbers within. Any foolish adventurer who awakens Rex will become his prey. What will you do?
Proceed quietly.
The adventurer must somehow pass Rex without waking it, but even the slightest noise may awaken Rex.
Awaken Rex. The probability of accidentally waking up Rex is 40% per every dice roll every 5 steps. The adventurer accidentally made a noise and awakened the dinosaur. Uh-oh.
Two-headed King Rex is attacking.
Okay, boss time. King Ready Thing Rex, what do you do? Level 8, 150 HP. That's quite... He's not very tanky. He has a big attack range. If I advance to hit him, he gets to absolutely bully me. So I almost don't want to advance Dark Magician at him. I think I want to do this, and then see what he does. Okay, he's moving over there, so now he's ready to attack Dark Magician here. So I'm going to move Dark Magician out of the way. Right, so now he's in range to attack Dark Magician. But I can do this, which I'll get a team-up attack. Do 79. That's more than half of his health. He's running away. The Gaia's going to chase him down, because you're not getting away from Gaia. Gaia's on a horse. And a crit! That should be him down. Right, that was pretty tame. That was very tame. I was falling back to sleep. Okay, that wasn't the real fight.
Here is the last of the aqueducts. North Gate. Open the aqueduct?
Yes. Just wake it up, only a 1600 attack. True. Use the power of the pumpkin. The pumpkin's too far away was the issue there. Right, so we spread water around. He looks pissed off.
The sound of opening the aqueduct has awakened Rex. It's coming toward you. Two-headed King Rex is attacking.
Uh-oh. Alright, if you could just stay there, Rex. If you could just stay there, that's great. I could just ectoplasm the heck out of you. There we go. If you just vibe there. You don't have to come down. No, good. Okay, that's fine, Because I can also just ectoplasm you here. Pumpkin King of Ghosts has such high defense that I should be fine to just tank him with it. He's like my tankiest guy. Where are you going? What's going on here, Rex? No, that was a miss. I want him to actually hit me so I can see how much damage he does. Why aren't you attacking? I'm in your range, Rex. Why aren't you just attacking me?
Stop trying to hit me and hit me!
And he's down. Okay. But here Rex got his tail handed to him by Basic Insect. Basic Insect. To be fair, he did have a giant laser cannon on his back. Rex falls back to sleep. Okay, so this still isn't the real boss fight yet. If it was the real boss fight, the adventure should just kind of end. So, at least that's how the last two have worked. Also, there's no encounters. Oh.
Rex is following! Will you run away?
Yes. Fuck you.
Rex is following!
I don't know what this insinuates. Oh! What the heck is this? What does this represent? Water just like spilled forward from this oasis? Boss fight gonna be Night Serpent Dragon? It could be. That would be pretty sick. So is Rex Raptor the DM of this game? Yeah, he is the DM. He's the DM of this this adventure we're on at the moment. Whee! Perfect. Oh god, he's still here!
Stay away from me, Rex! You can't catch me!
Don't worry, everything's gonna be fine. There's no way Rex catches us, right? No way.
I'm not going home today until I secure us some water. West King, no one's more stingy than you.
What? Our country will overpower yours and take every last drop of your water.
What's that? You wish to start a fight? All right, I've had enough of this. This means war.
Hello.
What?
He had to do it twice, he's got 2 heads. Eek! Wah! You're both kings, guys, come on. And then the monk's like, what is this?
Rex has awakened. There's no escape.
Right, so this is probably the real fight. Ooh, okay, he's got boys. He's got some boys this time. Right, Pumpkin, get in there. Ectoplasm time. Field power bonus, let's go. We missed. We immediately missed. That's not how we want to start the boss fight. That's kind of fine. I almost kind of just want to do this. If I advance all my pieces kind of together, I can get better, like, team attacks. It's Mega Zowl done. Alright, so if I move you here, I can attack King Rex and Urubi at the same time. We also get a field power bonus. 12 is not a crit, but it should still do a lot of damage. Rex chasing you around like Nemesis at the end of RE3. True. Right, we'll just keep bullying him. I mean, he's got reasonably short range, so I can just, like, pepper him from far away. Oh, here he comes. Foot Stomp! Gets this field power bonus. How much damage is this actually going to do? 17 to my tankiest guy as well. How much health has he got? 71. Yeah, he's fine. He don't give a shit. I can now move here and then attack both. Still with field power bonus because zombie. And a crit! This is probably going to end the game. This is going to end the fight. Look at that. Look at that. Free win. You defeated the enemy monster. Cursor Dragon leveled up. Yeah, good job, Cursor Dragon. Dark Magician gained a level. Gaia gained a level. Pumpkin gained a level.
Suddenly, from nowhere, a solemn voice resounds in everyone's hearts.
Who's Ko?
Instead of fixating on your own problems, reach out to help others with their misfortune. Help each other to overcome. That is what it means to be human. Be mindful. I am always watching over you.
Is that King-headed Rex? Is his name Ko? Ah, this is the voice from the sky. The deity who protects both our countries, 2-headed King Rex, has awakened due to the hostility between our nations.
What on earth were we thinking?
Bickering doesn't solve anything. How foolish of us.
What?
I've news! Water is flowing through the waterways of Eastland.
What?
Reporting in. Wasteland also has water flowing in. How?
Instead of guiding the people, I, Eastland's king, did nothing but bicker stubbornly. How disgraceful of me. We heard it was a Westlander who opened the path to Eastgate. My apologies. I should thank you because I do need your help, West King.
We also heard it was an Eastlander who opened the gate to the west. I thank you from the bottom of our hearts, East King. I was blinded, my silly distrust of others. Please forgive me. Henceforth, let us help each other.
Thanks to this adventurer, the crisis plaguing these nations has lifted, and with that, the conflict between the nations has ended. From then on, the nations of Eastland and Westland cooperated, forming one great power on the Gipti continent. It is said the deity, 2-headed King Rex, returned to its eternal slumber. We did it! Who would win prehistoric killing reptiles versus the one vegetable? It's obviously the vegetable.
Are you telling me I lost? I can't believe it. You did it, Yugi! I knew you would!
I'll be taking Tristan's doll back now.
Who cares about that? How about another round?
Unfortunately, my friends are still waiting for me. I must fight on. I don't have any time to play any more games with you.
But I'm not giving up. I'll never give up. Yugi, you can count on me to help you too.
You can now use the Tristan doll. Excellent. Hello?
Yugi, today's the day I put an end to you once and for all.
Kaiba! No! It's someone else. It's a doll that looks just like Kaiba.
Yeah, Yugi, you'll pay for what you did to me. Revenge, revenge.
Oh, you're nothing but a fake.
I'll bet 3 star chips, but you'll bet your Millennium Puzzle.
What?
Hee. Are you ready, Yugi?
Okay. That is a Blue Eyes White Dragon. It's kind of weak, so that's at least something. It attacks on a frontal cone. That's kind of horrifying. Got Battleox, who attacks directly in front. And Grappler, who attacks distant front. Okay. Right, this Blue Eyes is going to be the problem. I need a way to deal with it. Its attack range is there. So if I'm in range of it, it's in range of me. Do we just, like... I could just try and use Pumpkin, but Pumpkin's kind of not positioned very well for this at all. The alternative is that I just kind of charge forward with Gaia. How much defense has Gaia got? He's got 35. How much has Pumpkin got? 40. Alright. The issue is, Pumpkin can start, like, slapping the other two, but I really need this, this Blue Eyes dealt with. Right, let's try this. We'll try this. We'll hit him with an Ectoplasm. Step 1 Ectoplasm. Yugi, just call the cops. I don't think that works against these guys. Grappler casts a spell, Eye of Illusion. No, don't do that. That actually might be more annoying than just letting Blue Eyes run rampant. I think I need to get rid of this guy. If he keeps making me take... Oh. Uh-oh. 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 Okay, I missed. Ooh. Right. We'll hit him with this. That should kill him. Now we just need to not get blown up by Blue Eyes. Wait, can Blue Eyes not hit me here? So he could have moved over and hit me one. But if I do this, I can still hit Blue Eyes, but he can't hit me. And we're critting him. And we've one-shot the Blue Eyes White Dragon thanks to a crit. Okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We've got 3 star chips for that as well.
I lose.
You and that doll are nothing like the real Kaiba. You are incapable of replicating his power.
Gah.
I will never lose to someone who can only pretend to be someone else.
Mwahaha. In that case, Yugi, I wonder how you will face against Kaiba.
What?
As a ventriloquist, I can tell a real doll from a fake. I look forward to seeing Kaiba crush you later. Farewell.
Bye. What's going on? Kaiba. Now let's have a quick look around. Let's see what's going on. We got him. We got him with his new sick haircut. What's going on here? This guy looks like a fucking anime protagonist. This looks like fucking Virgil. Am I gonna have to duel Virgil? We've got Monobrow down there. What else we got going on? Glasses bloke. I don't know what's going on with his eyes. We've got new capsule machines. That's always exciting. We've got the boss room. We've got her. And then for some reason we can go behind the desk. I don't know why. but we can get behind here. You can't be Blue Eyes. This legendary dragon is powerful in destruction, virtually invincible. Why have we faced it also creature live to tell a tale? You know what? You're probably right. The cops will probably end up dueling Kaiba in order to arrest him and lose in the process, like in 5Ds, probably. Why is he glazing his boyfriend so hard still? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I like as well how Yugi's like, ugh, Kaiba. Like he's also trying to like glaze. Alright, but it is pretty much the end of the stream anyway. We're 5 minutes off when I planned to go. We were going to go to 4 or 5 depending on like how things shook out. But this is a pretty good place to end it, I think. We had a good time. We made a tier list for Rush, specifically for the OCG, which was a lot of fun. We talked a lot about some of the new releases that are coming out, ritual summoning, and we did talk about the meta, which was all very, very cool. By the look of it, we might not be doing Rush Rivals today, because a lot of the other rivals are basically in solidarity decided they don't want to play without Whistling Bird. So it'll come down to Whistling Bird, but if we do end up doing it, obviously we're back at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock for me, it's in like 4 hours. If not, we won't be. Either way, my plan is to go and get some food. But regardless of whether or not we stream again today, we will be playing something on Tuesday. I don't know when we're planning to get the new speed box, but we should get that eventually, right? So I'm looking forward to that. I guess we should also probably raid. We'll raid Happy Ryax, right? Because I don't think we ever really raid into Happy Ryax because he's never really streaming when we're streaming. But either way, we'll be back on Tuesday. Thank you all so much for watching. And we'll be continuing this game on Sunday. So if you're interested in watching more Capsule Monsters, that'll be on Sunday. See ya. Goodbye.
Don't really care that much.